like many things in nature, maybe most things in nature, it's more of a spectrum than it is like a binary, you know? Nature doesn't like binaries. That's not how nature works. You talk to any biologist, you know?
It's a key feature of what makes...
You want to see the data? Me too, Balint. Show me the data, you know? Yeah.
I think they might be leaving right now. So we'll go rendezvous with them. Oh, well. Just looking for you. How you holding up?
Good.
Yeah, excellent.
We lost the gimbal.
Streams.
We lost the battery pack.
Oh, wow.
We're on fumes, but let's do it.
Okay.
Bug house?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's go do it. Let's go see some inverts, shall we? Hey, Joe 3, how you doing? Yeah. Right at the beginning.
Might be kind of tough to pry here.
Oh, yeah, it's moving.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
I'm gonna reshift a bit. Right here. I got a pretty good thing to help you.
We could probably just flip it in hands. All right, ready?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Watch your foot, Spencer.
Oh, nicely done.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh. Sweet. Okay. All right. Doesn't look like we have any bones. That's just
Excellent.
that iron concretion that kind of looks like bone.
That.
I'm not sure what that is. That looks like plant material, I think. So yes, a successful flip there.
Very nice, guys. Very nice.
Thank you, Dorkalotl.
Okay, let's go stand over on the side somewhere so we're not like blocking traffic as much.
Oh, I know exactly who you are.
Oh, yeah?
Hold on. The paleontology guy.
That's me? Yeah.
No, I follow you.
You do?
I really do. I swear to God, bro. No. Let's look at the followage. I was trying to stream snipe somebody else, but since you're here, hold on. No, paleontology guy, right?
Yeah. Just search paleo and I come right up. That's me at the top.
Yes, bro. Watch. I'm not. No cap. No. I'm sorry to.
No, you're great.
I'm sorry to distract.
We're streaming right now. This is
Oh my God, bro. No way, bro. I gotta do the followage. I just want to see.
Sweetie Pie, are you irate? What's going on? Are you filled with rage? Do you want to talk about it, sweetie? Sometimes it helps to talk about these things, you know? What's going on, Sweetie Pie? What is it? She might be upset about the state of science funding in this country, which has certainly got me worked up lately. I appreciate everybody talking with me about that on Tuesday. I'm glad we finally got to discuss that. I know I'd been putting it off for a while, and yeah. Anywho, the disdain is real, says Mustache Mike. Yeah. Oh, Sweetie Pie, it's okay. I'm here for you.
Knew this level was early Cretaceous,
Right.
but we thought it was younger. We thought it was above the calcrete, and it had just been altered to this silica, this chert. And no, this is a whole different bed down here. So that was a big discovery. That's how we discovered there was a lower. This has always been mapped as Morrison.
Yeah.
Most of this valley is mapped as Morrison in the old maps.
So they got it wrong. Yeah.
I wonder how was anyone to know better.
Yeah.
In fact, they used that sand, the poison strip,
Uh-huh.
to define the base of the Cedar Mountain.
That's really funny.
Mappable unit.
Uh-huh.
So this whole bowl was Morrison, and start looking at what we knew. So
Yeah.
there's probably be a lot of yellow cacks, but
Creatures striding across the open plains, eating tons and tons of plants. You don't really have very many of them today. You know?
It was a real surprise.
But Dr. Chin had a hunch that maybe these duck-billed dinosaurs had been snacking on something else entirely.
Ooh.
Vertebrates frequent rotting wood. So if those dinosaurs needed a good source...
Commodore says a creature the size of a Gundam. Commodore, that's brilliant. Yes. Yeah. I've never heard that before, and that's kind of perfect. That's only at the very frontier of my understanding. what a Gundam is, but it's a giant Japanese fighting robot, right? Yeah. Yeah, you don't get plant-eating animals like that today. You just don't. But you did during the age of dinosaurs.
But yeah, our Apatosaurus right here. So sauropods, they tend to have pretty small heads, at least compared to their body and compared to their full length. And a big part of that is that they had long necks. You don't want to have a huge, heavy head at the end of a very long neck. Just is not going to work well. If you're going to have a long neck, you should have a nice, small head at the end that'll be fairly lightweight, easy to kind of swing around. So yeah, the fact that these guys had small heads and relatively small brains was an excellent adaptation. If you've got a big, a humongous brain at the end of a very long neck, you're going to have circulatory problems. It's not going to go well for you. So yeah, having a small head, small brain, is part of the recipe for success for these dinosaurs. One of the reasons why they were so remarkably successful. We've got sauropod dinosaurs from all 7 continents now, including Antarctica. And basically we have them from the beginning of the Jurassic period until the very end of the Cretaceous. They were definitely doing something right. Oh yeah, and Arlie, thank you for the reminder. A very, very happy birthday to Nana Tyrannus, who turns 83 today. It's my grandmother. Nana, if you're watching, love you. Happy birthday.
Yeah. And Zico, welcome back. Good to see you here. Oh, whoa! I was not expecting that. Science. The truth is with science. Science is real. Science is real. Science is real. Science is real. From anatomy to geology. Science is real. From astrophysics to biology. Now a scientific theory is...
He's kind of our dinosaur ambassador here at Twitch for the weekend. And yeah, teaching people about how these animals had feathers.
Yeah, dude, guys, you gotta have to follow them. This is one of my favorite ASMR channels. You learn a lot of stuff just in the daytime when you're working. Oh my god,
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
Ground control to Major Tom. Drink your protein shake and put your trousers on. That's not how that... Twalris says Pokemon set back the understanding of evolution to the public by like 20 years? Maybe, yeah, because the things that... Shoot, when a Pokemon evolves, that's not evolution. It's not evolution at all. It's not how evolution works. That would be... Ontogeny. There you go. Yes, thank you, Lenena. Perfect timing. Ontogeny are the changes that happen when an organism changes throughout its lifespan. So like a frog going from an egg to a tadpole to a frogling to an adult frog, that's changes in ontogeny. That is not evolution. So Pokemon lied to you, I'm afraid to tell everybody. I'm sorry to tell you. I'm not afraid to tell you, but it is unfortunate. Pokemon lied to you. Sorry. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you, never gonna make you cry, never say goodbye, never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. Oh, I think I missed the next verse. I can jump into it. Never gonna dig you up. We've known each other for so long. Your heart's been aching, but you're too shy to say it. Inside we both know what's been going on. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Don't tell me you're too blind to see. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna look around and run around and desert you. What kind of timing is that? That's awesome. Jenna Strand, welcome back to Paleontologizing. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Thanks for bringing your viewers here, and everybody check out Jenna Strand's channel if you've not done so yet. Yeah. And Jenna Strand says, I wanted to bring people to look at the dinosaurs. Well, you brought them to the right place, Jenna Strand. We are looking at each and every dinosaur, each and every genus of dinosaur at least, available in Prehistoric Kingdom. And very
impressed here with the gibbon for a second. You having a good day? Yeah, seemed pretty chill. Beelzebufo, the devil frog. Take a look at that. So this looks like a modern bullfrog here, and then devil frog, Beelzebufo. Holy moly, enormous. This guy is huge. Some of you saw this in Prehistoric Planet, but here it is here, cast in bronze. Very cool, very, very cool. We're going to be finding more of that material here this year, and if we're very lucky, we'll find more of this mysterious meat-eating dinosaur. It might be a Carcharodontosaur or something like that. We know that those dinosaurs were here at this time because we found their teeth. And just last summer, we had... well, Ethan, you want to tell us about that skull bone of the Carcharodontosaur?
Sure, yeah. We found a quadrate, which is the bone in the back of the skull that attaches the lower jaws to the main body of the skull. Mm-hmm. And so we found a pubis bone, which is a big pelvic bone of a beaked iguanodont dinosaur, right about here. And then I took it back to the lab and was preparing it, and on the other side of this big pubis, which is like a big, long, flat pelvic bone, right, I saw this black mass, and the bone was like a millimeter thin, and I was like, what the heck? This is the weirdest pubis I've ever seen. And eventually, it didn't hit me until the entire thing was exposed, and I was like, that's a theropod skull bone. Predatory dinosaur skull bone.
Very cool.
Big quadrate. So
that's the first skeletal element, first non-tooth element from that animal from here, right?
Certainly the first cranial element.
Yeah, okay.
Of a predatory dinosaur from here, which is
very cool.
Really exciting.
So if we find more of it, that's going to be a new species.
I have a suspicion that it's more this way,
okay,
as opposed to where we're going.
Uh-huh.
We'll see.
Hopefully we can move in this direction too. We've got what?
Eventually, we have
2.5 weeks here.
2.5 years here, yeah. A lot of time.
Yeah.
Oh, did we get that on camera?
What is digitigrade? I can show you, Will of the Winds. I can show you right here. So digitigrade just means that an animal walks on its toes. That's how it's...
On formal occasions, he's called Brontosaurus. Big fella, isn't he? 70 feet long. Tips the scales at a substantial 35 tons.
Actually up in the air. There's a big fleshy pad that would go underneath that. So they walk on their toes, and most mammals do. There's only a few plantigrade mammals. There's us. There's other critters like bears. I think raccoons might also be plantigrade. Yeah, but most mammals, like this ancient killer pig here, this entelodont, they walk on their toes. So this is a wooden model skeleton along with a cast skull. But it'll do the trick. It'll still show us. Right there, you've got the heel that's up in the air. So this whole thing is the foot right there. And I think that's the calcaneum up top, and that's up in the air. Like right here.
Edmontosaurus. Check that out. Holy cow. It's so big it like doesn't even fit in the frame. Look at that right there. Look at that. Truly impressive, if you ask me. I think that is pretty darn cool. Look at it. And let's put the lower jaw on too. And what specs does my computer have? Let me measure it real quick, Lugnito. My ruler there. Alright. It is 49.5 centimeters long. By 20.7 centimeters wide. By 44.1 centimeters tall. That's the basic morphological dimensions of my computer machine. How useful is that information?
Ontogeny.
Yeah.
Guy.
Whoa.
And if you look at the size of that brain relative to the skull, you know, Jingmai O'Connor has looked at the pictures with scales and whatnot.
Yeah.
She thinks that might be the biggest dinosaur brain we got.
So it would beat Troodon then.
Could be. It's certainly in that size range.
Well.
But these guys may give rise to Troodons. I mean, where the split
that'd be
in
really
that fuzzy bottom of that radiation.
We've talked about this a bunch of times on the stream before, how we know that birds evolved from dinosaurs, that much is obvious. But, like, where exactly do birds come from within Dinosauria? Are they more closely related to Troodontids, to dromaeosaurs? And it could be that, like, they're more closely related to critters like Utahraptor.
Well, certainly closer to Utahraptor than Velociraptor or Deinonychus. But this animal, this new one, may be even closer. You know, which is
really exciting.
Really, you know, cool stuff. All right, you want to talk about...
Let's talk about the skull a little bit. That's charismatic and, you know, it'd be easy for...
Oh, look at that.
Look up. Oh, the red hawk.
Wow.
Tail?
It's waiting for one of us to die from heat stroke.
Gonna pick our bones clean.
Might be me.
Ago. I don't know if any of you here in chat were here for that. Mayor of Space might be one of the only ones. But yeah, got a little USB earthquake. Holy cow. Earthquake. There's an earthquake happening. It's still going. Oh man. It's still going. That's geology for you. That's geology, baby. Oh man. We live on a planet that is very much in motion. In many ways. My heart's pounding right now. Yeah. Let's...
Is within 100.
I know this skull. There you go. I need to paint mine a little bit differently so it matches more closely. But yeah, that is it's the same one right there too. That's the Cleveland skull, which is not from Cleveland. It's housed in the Cleveland Museum now, but that is from Carter County, Montana. It's from right near Ekalaka. This is a cast right here, and this is a 3D print. Yeah, they've actually got several. They've got several 3D prints here on display.
Inside, and you get a first-hand.
It's a nice stream you got there. You know, it'd be a real shame if somebody went and sat in front of the camera the whole time. You know? If those 250 viewers, you know, if they had their view obscured, you know, by a big fluffy cat. I'm just saying, you know. All right, sweetie pie. All right. This is a protection racket. It's time to pay Sweetie Pie. Huh. Yeah. Sweetie Pie says, I love organized crime. All right, Donna, sweetie. Here you go. There you go. Uh-oh. Let's back up. Ah! Ah! Run, run, run! Whoa! Ah! That was a close one. Oh, man.
Wandering around, Danny, keeping out for my baseball cap. It disappeared during Dust Devil. Oh, there it is. Wow, you're good, man. Ask and you shall receive.
Thanks, Don. Yeah.
I looked all around it. There.
Yeah.
Hey.
Got your hat?
Yeah, it was.
Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's good to see everyone. I hope you're all having a good day. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Holy cow. Very happy Wednesday to you. Hope you're all having a good one. We've got a ton of fossil news to cover today, so I hope you're excited for that. But right at the beginning of today's stream, Sweetie Pie is just knocking down the proverbial door looking for a rent payment, so we'll make sure we take care of that. But to anybody who's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils, studies the history of life on Earth through the fossil record. That's what I do, with a special focus on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature. Dinosaurs are what I dig up out in the field, like I was doing just last week in St. George, Utah. Just this past weekend, actually. And I'll be doing it again soon.
Paleontology, much larger mysteries still remain.
Epic folks, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. How are things? Anyway, I'll be back out in the field again at the end of May. Very excited about that. Very end of May, I'll be back out in Wyoming. Digging up dinosaurs there, and I'll be streaming it as often as I can. I'll be out there for a whole month of June, start to finish. I'll be out there in the field and streaming as often as I can, as close to 7 days a week as is possible. So, and already almost field season. Can you believe it, Casey Stewart? Yeah. When does it get too hot to head out on a dig? Maybe like 130, 140 degrees Fahrenheit, something like that. Andrew Memorex? I'd say 140 would be too hot to dig. Yeah. But I've been out in 125 degree temperatures, and, you know, field season is often a short and precious thing. We dig whenever we can. So, yeah, try not to let the weather get us down. So yeah, when it's too hot to live, there you go, exactly, Casey Stiller. Coley Online, hello to you too. Let's get Sweetie Pie paid. Shall we, Sweetie Pie? You want some treats? You want some treats? Oh, okay. Oh, and what is this?
You should enjoy science as much as you can. And you can't enjoy science alone. You have to share it.
Coley Online, thank you for the 3 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. And Excited, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. What do you think, Sweetie Pie? Is this a sufficient offering for you today? There you go. Yeah, good stuff. Eat them up. I think I need to tighten the bolts on this camera holder so it'll actually stay steady. But, yeah, good to have you here, everybody. Like I said, we have got a ton of fossil news to discuss today. We've got at least one new genus and species of dinosaur. We've got 2 new papers on Troodontids. We've got a cool paper on mosasaurs. There's just all kinds of cool stuff to cover. It's gonna be a very full stream in terms of paleontology news. So I hope you're ready for that. And then if we have time, we'll continue the documentary that we started yesterday about the history of our planet Earth. From its formation until its present form. I think we were just about to get into the Mesozoic last time around. We were just approaching the Permian mass extinction. So, yeah, maybe there'll be some dinosaur discussion. That would be pretty cool. Anywho, yeah. Good stuff. Mini Pie's right over here, and there she is. Speak of the devil. Mini Pie, how are you doing? Don't you even think about going over there. That's not a place for you today. I've got my my baby Triceratops there today. That's not a spot for Mini Pie, sorry. Yeah. You having a good day, Mini? Mini Pie was all jazzed earlier about, I cleared out a big space in the middle of my, my room here in my office to work on the Tyrannosaur skull so I can get that delivered to the museum. I'm hoping to do that next week. So I had to clear out a lot of space on the floor, and Mini Pie walks in, she's like, wow, look at this. It's a ballroom floor. She was dancing around. He played with one of her toys. She's been having a grand day. Haven't you, Mini Pie? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah, I love when I arrive just in time for kitties. That's like half the street, bitch. They've got me pretty well trained at this point. Yeah. Don't you? Yeah. Anywho. And happy St. George Day? No, that was last week, Wolvulus. Last week I was in St. George. Now I'm back home in, the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area, where I was born and raised. Yeah. There's a chance we'll be going back to St. George at some point. And the next, some point this year, we'll see. But we will be calling up Andrew Milner, the curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum, today for an additional update. In fact, we'll be doing that in just a little bit. So, yeah. And no, it's today. No, it's definitely not. Again, we're here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area today, community time. Yeah. And it's St. George Day here in England? Oh! You're talking about the guy from, like, Catholic mythology. The guy who killed a camel, told everybody it was a dragon. That poor camel. Anywho. What do you think about that, Mini Pie? Mini Pie's like, that's no way to treat a camel. No, it's not. Be kind to our mammal friends. That's what I try and do. What did the camel do? Nothing. It was just being a camel, Spiffiness. At least, as far as I know. Camels can be pretty formidable animals, though. If you really mistreat them, they will defend themselves. To the point where it's, get you in some real trouble. And decapitated by camel. This happened in India a few years back. And here we go, 2016. Don't worry, there's no video or pictures or anything. But camel bites owner's head off after being tied up all day during a heat wave. 25 villagers struggled with the camel for 6 hours. Volvulus says, I'm from Tunisia, and I know someone that lost a finger from a camel bite back home. Yeah, they've got some serious teeth, though. Yeah, there's a dromedary camel, the one-humped camel. Look at those teeth at the front of the jaw. They are pretty gnarly. So yeah, they are very capable of defending themselves by biting if they want to. Yeah. So anyway, the story here is there was a guy who was throwing a party in Rajasthan, India, during a record-breaking heat wave that saw temperatures reaching 43 degrees Celsius, which is like, isn't that close to 130 degrees Fahrenheit? According to the Times of India, a man named Omli Ujaram was entertaining guests at his house during the evening when he remembered he'd left his camel with its legs tied. So this poor animal had been out in the hot sun all day during a record-breaking heat wave and had been unable to cool itself down. And it's just crazed from the heat. So upon trying to untie the animal, the camel attacked him, throwing him to the ground. Over 25 villagers reportedly struggled with the camel for 6 hours. The report quotes villager Thakararam, who said the animal lifted him by the neck and threw him to the ground, chewed the body, and severed the head, so that the camel literally bit the guy's head off. So, there's some advice that all of you should take. Treat your camels well. Don't be like Ujaram or like St. George. Or that camel might end you. Here's a link to this article if you'd like to read it yourself. So yeah. Anywho, yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus says, since you like your theme days, St. George's Day could have been cool for talking about English dinosaurs like Neovenator, Baryonyx, Eotyrannus, Hypsilophodon. Yes, except the St. George from Catholic mythology, he's not from England, I don't think. I'm pretty sure he was Libyan. Wasn't he from Libya? Or at least he spent an appreciable portion of his life in the country of Libya. I don't know why he's associated with England, but I'm pretty sure he was Libyan. Yeah. Wolvulus says, yep. There we go. Yeah. See, I know what I'm talking about. At least to a certain extent. Speaking of camels, happy hump day to you too, Steely Dan. I hope you're having a good one. It's good to see you. Moxie Drinker says, I thought he was Irish. You're probably thinking of St. Patrick, who was not Irish. Wasn't St. Patrick, was he Italian? He went to Ireland. He was not from Ireland originally. Anyhow, I don't know my Catholic mythology very well, but some people do. I think St. Patty was English. That would make sense. Or he was Welsh. There you go, Realman Groupers. Okay. I think that sounds right. Yeah. Anyhow, Mini Pie. It's time to pay you too. And then we'll jump into some fossil news here. How's that sound, Minnie? How's that sound? Yeah? Yeah. Oh. Ooh, what do we got? Look at those. Treats galore. What riches. What do you think? Is that a suitable bounty for you, Mini Pie, or do you want more? She might want more. Let's see. Let's see what she thinks. Give us some indication, Mini Pie. Oh, Mini of the Pie, what do you wish? I mean, go for a fluffer nut. That's actually not the Mini Pie emoji. That's the Moon Pie emoji. Can we get some Mini Pie emojis going? It's the one where she's licking her lips like she was just doing a second ago. I think she wants more. Yeah. Have I heard of Calvert Cliffs in Maryland? I have, Moxie Drinker. I was just talking with a school teacher when I was in St. George, Utah last week. And she's done some fossil collecting in the Calvert Cliffs. That's all Cenozoic. I want to say it's Oligocene or Miocene. Anyway, look at all those emotes. Those are yours, Mini Pie. That's you in those emotes. You're famous. You're the real star of these streams. You know that? Yeah. It's gonna be one of those situations where there's a spin-off show, and it'll be far more popular than the original. Mini Pie's gonna get her own stream. Oh, yeah, we got more. Second course. Look at those. an IRL stream from Calvert. Oh, very cool, Moxie Drinker. That's awesome. I hope it goes really well. Yeah, feel free to share something in the Discord if you want to let people know. That's gonna be neat. Oh, mini pie. And she's had her fill. All right. Well, let's get on with the show, shall we? And you live in the Calvert Cliffs area. Very cool, Turtle Moment. Nice. I'm actually not really familiar with Calvert Cliffs. Let's do a bit of investigating here. Calvert Cliffs of fossil hunting. All right.
Is exactly where 9-year-old Molly Sampson wants to be just about every day. We hiked about a mile from her home in Prince Frederick with her parents and sister to the beach north of Calvert Cliffs State Park.
Look what I found.
The shark tooth.
Look at that megalodon tooth.
Megalodon is almost the size of her palm and somewhere around 12 million years old. It
Pretty
measures
cool.
5 inches and it's a rare find according to Calvert Marine Museum.
So Molly's tooth was in the 45 to 50 foot long megalodon size. You know, it was kind of equivalent to a Molly-sized megalodon, right? The shark that shed that tooth had a lot of living to do.
It was like this, and I just looked over.
So it's not a particularly big megalodon tooth, is what he's saying.
Reached in and grabbed.
She grabbed a gift in
Good for her.
knee-deep water on Christmas morning. She put on her brand new waders, and her dad took her down to a private beach nearby.
It's like a treasure hunt to try and find them.
Bruce Sampson has taught his daughters how to look for fossils, so they're using the attention Molly is receiving to pass along some skills.
Very
what
cool.
we talk about when we're looking for shark's teeth is looking in the areas where that you have the deposits of larger material and shells and gravel and stuff like that.
Yep.
That's typically where you're going to find a lot more of your shark's teeth.
He showed.
So it's a good point. This is like kind of some basic fossil hunting here. You want to go to where you've got areas with large clasts accumulating. So big pebbles, big shells, stuff like that. Because that's where wave action, for whatever reason, is accumulating the big stuff. You're not going to look in your super fine sand. You're going to look where you've got larger objects accumulating. That's where you're going to get megalodon teeth.
Notice just how easy it is to walk over fossils. This is what he saw while out with his mom, Molly's grandmother.
That, so she walked right over top of it. And I just happened to be curious enough when I was looking at it, I saw a chunk of something, and I flicked it over. This is what you would normally see, and you think, oh, that's cool, it's a whalebone. But I happened to see that after she had passed over it, and
I like how he's got a subtle version of like a Maryland accent there. You can hear it in the O's, in the O sounds.
You would normally see, and you think, oh, that's cool, it's a whalebone. But I happened to see that after she had passed over it, and I kicked it and exposed a tooth.
And if someone's out here, you shouldn't be discouraged.
Yeah.
It's not like the beach is clear.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. I mean, they're going to look for they're going to see the things that are on the surface, but that doesn't mean you can't go through and kind of stir the sand up a little bit.
There you go, did you?
He says the waves help to stir up new finds that are likely coming from the cliffs.
You see like the ridges and the ravines that go through the cliff, and those were, who knows how far out they actually went into the bay, but they've just been progressively eroding over thousands of years. And each year you get more material that erodes and falls out of those cliffs.
They took the megatooth into Dr. Stephen Godfrey, the curator of paleontology at Calvert Marine Museum.
Fossils are just incredibly amazing. They're like these little snapshots of organisms that are no longer alive today. We can tell what size the shark it came from, and so that will then tell us about how old it was as an individual, and it also tells us, based on where she found it, that that kind of shark was here on Earth at that time.
The museum is having a whale of a time with fossils found in recent months.
And you'll notice that the sediment kind of pops away.
Dr. Godfrey and his staff are chipping away at the sediment that's cemented on a whale skull and fell onto the beach.
It represents the most complete fossil whale skull that has ever...
Here, that reminds me, can we Is this clip anywhere online?
Thanks. You look so familiar to me. Oh, I'm a financial reporter for CNBC. The Hot Box with Avery Jessup?
No. You ever do a commercial for Overshop.com?
Oh, God, I did. Oh, that was before I got rid of my Maryland accent. Does the O have it? Oh, we do. Do you owe? Oh, no? Let go. Oh.
Ugh, that accent's idiotic.
That's from 30 Rock. Yeah. I need to learn how to do a Maryland accent. I find it kind of charming, actually. Good stuff.
Ever been collected from that section of Calvert Cliffs?
Okay, we'll go back a little bit. Talk about the
And his
whales.
staff are chipping away at the sediment that's cemented on a whale skull and fell onto the beach.
It represents the most complete fossil whale skull.
And Casey, you've never seen 30 Rock? You would love it, Casey Snowart. Absolutely, you should start it. Maybe start halfway through. Season 1 starts off real slow. The show hadn't really found its footing yet, but I don't know. I've heard it described before as like 30 Rock is the closest that humanity will ever get to a live-action version of The Simpsons. That same kind of like, you know, classic early seasons of The Simpsons where it's just joke after joke and rapid fire, and it's so dense. And it's got a very similar kind of sensibility, similar sense of humor. 30 Rock is fantastic. One of my favorite shows ever. I don't watch a whole lot of TV. I'm frankly really picky when it comes to TV. I don't feel like most stuff is worth my time. 30 Rock is the creme de la creme. Excellent. Yeah. Anyhow, and Excited says, after my main exams, I might start streaming Noob Fossil Prep. You should totally do that, Excited. That would be really neat. By the way, we've got, nowadays, a real-life professional fossil preparator here on Twitch now. The channel name is Fossil Preparator. You should give him a follow. That's Steve Clausen, who works at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota.
27 months. That's almost a whole year. Mojojo 14 Pew 2 Navak 4 Eyes.
Thank you, Hogan, for the 27 months of support. Really
Dinosaurs are
appreciate
kind
it.
of funny. I mean, you know.
And Automate, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Good to have you here. Hogan, 27 months is a long time, and at tier 3. I mean, holy cow. Tier 3. That's impressive, Hogan. It makes a huge difference in being able to continue to do these streams. Thank you for that support there. That means a lot. Yeah. Can you say the Rurger? Papa Meow Meow? Yeah. The Rurger. Oh, goodness. Yeah.
Shut up so I can hear the title of this stupid movie.
And coming up, I'll be talking to the Girly Show star, Jenna Maroney, about her upcoming project, The Royal Jar.
That is not helpful.
Also from 30 Rock. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. Anyhow, where was I? Go follow Fossil Preparator there. Steve Clausen, who does Fossil Prep live on stream. The dude is a professional, but he's new to streaming. Go show him some support. Really cool, chill streams. It's kind of like paleontology ASMR. It's good stuff. I'll make a note to start in season 3. No, start season 2, Casey Snowart. Yeah, season 2 of 30 Rock. Yeah. I have so little free time, gotta be choosy. Yeah. 30 Rock is great. I think you're gonna like it a lot, Casey. I think it'll be right up your alley. Yeah. Try to use better tools. That's how you get started, Excited. Vinegar and dental tools. Yeah, acetic acid is good sometimes for clearing away matrix by chemical means. Yeah. My uncle does fossil prep in his garage. Ammonites and such. Nice, Nightfall the Red. We've got an ammonite in our background today. A 3D printed one. I don't know if I have any genuine fossil ammonites here. Yeah. And have I ever seen an impact crater? I have not, Ravenclan, no. In fact, I've never even been to Meteor Crater in Arizona, but one day I'd like to go. Might do some snorkeling. Very cool, Moxie Drinker. Hey, good luck with that. That's gonna be awesome. Here, let's finish out this video, and then maybe we'll use that to segue into a video on fossil whales. And Zimia says, "What's the most unique fossil you've found?" Ooh, I get this question sometimes. There's a few different ways I can answer that. I think, what could be more unique than a brand new species, right? Than something that's never been found before. And I found a new kind of horned dinosaur, a new kind of ceratopsian. Not too different from this guy. Chasmosaurus. Found that back in 2012. It will eventually get published as a new species. Once Denver Fowler gets around to it. But let me find that clip. We actually took a look at that specimen live when I was in North Dakota back at the beginning of February. Which would be here, I believe. I think it was toward the end of the stream. We went back into the lab and into collections. There we go.
Real nice, actually. I was very happy when
There's my old mentor, Denver Fowler. He was my crew chief
nice bones.
when I was in
On the
Montana.
surface, it looks like this, and you think that's.
Yeah.
3 hours at the.
Daspletosaurus wilsoni.
We'll talk about that tomorrow.
Yeah.
This is birth of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's one of the biggest T-Rex. It's only a leg, but it's very similar in size to Sue. I'm told it's a little bit bigger than Scotty, but not quite as big as Sue. Some people think Scotty is bigger than Sue.
Yeah.
I don't know, because I don't really do Tyrannosaurs, but some people are very excited about this specimen.
Don't have a horse in that fight.
It's not very well reconstructed, but it's from North Korea, the other
Where do we... Oh, it must be in the next stream. Shoot. Let's look there. There we go. It'll be in this one. There's Steve there, by the way, fossil preparator.
Yeah.
On Twitch.
Also field crew chief. We have effectively 3 full-time field crew chiefs, but
nice.
we'd like to get a 4th going. I mean, we're expanding even more.
Yeah.
You know, you think we have a backlog? No, we want to do even more work out there. But yeah, 3/4 of the year.
There we go.
It's called DF Juvitrike 3 because it was the 3rd Juvitrike I found that year. I think I found like 7 in total.
7 juvenile triceratops.
They weren't all. This is the best one by
Denver
the
found
way,
that year.
but
Nuts.
Little Horny Devil's pretty good too. I didn't name that. That was Sarah.
Oh, it's named after a lizard, right?
Yeah, sure. Sarah was like you, actually. She said, I've got a big list of names that we should name dinosaurs. I've been thinking about this a lot. It's like, oh, okay. That's where Count Dracula came from. And little...
No, it's because I didn't have a list, I think, at the time.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that.
Like, I need to come up with some good names when I find more dinosaurs.
Yeah. Oh, well, we may as well look at your dinosaurs.
Oh, yeah. I almost forgot. Oh, boy. Denver named this one. Nicknamed it. This isn't it here. He's just moving it.
That's something else.
Yeah. So,
Too many
Wolvulus, this would be the fossil discovery that I made that left the biggest impression on me. Yeah, by far. This is a big deal. This is one of the first important fossils that I ever found, and it is, I think, still the most important. Call it beginner's luck. I don't know. Casey Snowhart says, loved watching Denver give you a hard time on stream, not gonna lie. He was going easy on me. That's just how it is.
There we
go. Yeah. Daniceratops. Not the name of the animal itself. This is not the scientific name of this creature. That's the nickname for the site, basically. So when we find a new fossil locality, we give it a locality number. So it's got like an alphanumeric designation. But that's really dry, you know? If it's VP 3902-8, nobody's going to remember that. You give it a name, too. And so this site is called Daniceratops because it was a ceratopsian dinosaur that I found. I didn't name it this. I had found this originally and then, told Denver about it. We went and dug in a little bit, realized it was something important. Denver said, what do you want to name the site? As he's filling out the locality information for it. And I'm like, I don't know. I've never found a really important fossil site before. So Denver just writes down Daniceratops. Oh, man. Yeah.
Back in the day, we were collecting at Rudyard in the Judith River Formation, and I had found a bone bed, a multi-taxi bone bed that's actually got tyrannosaurs in it as well, and called Denver's Humerus too, because there was a nice humerus there. And so I'm digging up this humerus, and I tell Danny, go off and keep looking. I'm going to dig here.
Yeah.
Danny was my assistant at the time.
This is like my first year prospect. This is one of my first times ever prospecting in the field.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
And he comes over and he's like, "Hey, Denver, I just found a ceratopsian frill." And I'm like, "No, you haven't." And so we go over there. Yeah, he has. I'm like, okay, because that's exactly what I wanted to find, of course.
Well, I was kind of annoying about it that day. Like, Denver, isn't that bright-eyed bushy tail?
Not just that day.
Well, like, Denver, what should I find for you? What do you want me to find? And like it's not how it works, Danny. But you said, fine, find me a ceratopsian.
Yeah. So this is what I have on loan that we're studying. I actually presented on this at museum at Society of Vertebrate Paleontology 6 or 7 years ago, something like that. But there's not that much of it, but what there is of it is pretty cool. So these are all frill pieces.
I hate that it cut out right here. The stupid Starlink. Super frustrating. This was like my favorite part of the stream, and it cut out. Could be worse. You're right, Zimius. Could be worse.
Totally. And it's fairly mature. The spikes are fused on. They're kind of
fairly mature,
shape.
he says. Yeah. So this is the margin of the frill right here. So this is part of the squamosal. So it's basically just above the cheek right there. And you see those little hornlets, the little epis that are surrounding the margin of the frill. Our animal, those are fused on, and that happens late in ontogeny as the animal is maturing.
This should be a new taxon. There are specimens known from the same kind of horizon, but they're fragmentary and reconstructed incorrectly. There you are. Here's the cheek spike.
Yeah.
Beautiful little cheek
we call
spike
it the jugal there. Or the
Fused on.
epijugal, rather.
Again, indicative of adult. And then this bone here looks like a rib, but actually we're really lucky. This is the parietal. There's not that much of it, but there's enough of it to see that it is the predicted shape of like an ancestral Chasmosaurus.
So this animal right here, Chasmosaurus, this is probably the same lineage as this animal, Daniceratops, but more recent in time. It's younger stratigraphically. So my ceratopsid could very well be the ancestor of this guy, which is really exciting, you know? Yeah.
And I presented on this with some drawings by Danny actually about 6 years ago or something. And so yeah, this is another thing I got to write up.
And I really hope Denver does it soon because I'm super excited about it. But he's got a million things going on. Denver's got so many irons in the fire. It's kind of astonishing. Running this whole program out of North Dakota, so many exciting things he and the team are working on.
But I've got a bit more, a few more ceratopsid people around these days. There's not just those bones. There was a tibia with it, and a few other pieces as well.
So it's the position of the rock that makes you think it's a new species? That and the morphology, too. Casey Snowart, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's multiple reasons that indicate that this is a new species. There's multiple lines of evidence.
This is a different one. This is a specimen that was collected privately. There's not that much of it, but this is a slightly younger specimen. It doesn't have fused epis, and the surface of the bone is more porous. This is classic juvenile texture. It's, there are other pieces with it, some surface pieces, but you saw the main bits. But that's Danny Ceratops. That's when Danny found a new species of dinosaur.
Yep.
Really did.
Yeah, this is one of the things that I talk about in
the... It was the one I wanted to find. I haven't held it against him for many years. Maybe I'll start doing so again. We're going to go next door.
Anywho, if you want to watch the rest of that stream, here is a link to the VOD here on YouTube. I should clip some snippets of that. I'm surprised nobody did at the time. But I should clip some snippets out of that and then put them into our intro reel. I think that would be cool. Yeah. Well, what's this community time? That reminds me, I need to post on Blue Sky. What's your favorite dinosaur on there? All of them. Nice. That looks like a mosasaur though, which is not a dinosaur. But yeah, the blue guy. But yeah, that reminds me. Let's do a quick little screenshot for Blue Sky here. Here, I'll get the Triceratops in frame. Go like that. Open up Paint. There we go. That'll work. Let's get this cropped. There we go. Save as. Come on, File Explorer. Why are you taking so long? There we go. All right. It's a fossil news stream. New papers on troodontids, mosasaurs. What else do we have on our agenda? Alamosaurus, crocodiliforms, or crocodilomorphs. Troodontid histology, and what else did we have? What's this about the jaws? There we go. Troodontid jaw mechanics and histology. Mosasaur ecology. New Alamosaurus material. And much more. All on Twitch. Join us live chat at twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. There we go. Fossil news. Paleontology stream. And let's change that alt text there. Screenshot of current Twitch stream. Me in my office. On the back wall behind are a 3D printed baby Triceratops skeleton, an ammonite, some Apatosaurus limb bones, and other trodontid bits, and other paleontological miscellanea. Let's see if everything's spelled correctly. Looks good. Paleontologizing. Let's go ahead and post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. And here's a link. If you'd like to engage with that post for whatever reason, there you go. Yeah. Yenzoku says, did you guys manage to dig out everything at the emergency dig site? No. In fact, the size of the site it may have doubled as of today, because a lot of rock was cleared away yesterday, as Andrew was telling us. We got to give Andrew a call and see what's up with him. But yeah. And what's been my most recent 3D fossil print, Nightfall the Red? That would be this one I did for St. George, in fact. Right here, the lungfish, which I assembled and delivered. This is a life-size 3D printed Australian lungfish. It's about 1 meter long, so over 3 feet long. Yeah. I haven't run the 3D printer since then, so it's been a week or two. But yeah, I was proud of that. Well, hopefully that'll be up on display in the museum before too long. Anyway, thank you, Sharky and Lenina, for liking the post. Good stuff. Yeah. And what 3D printer do I have? Zimius, I've got 2 3D printers. They are pretty much identical. They are Prusa i3 Mark III S's. One of them is an S+, but they're Prusas, and they're great. Yeah. And tomorrow is the meeting with the city of St. George Golganek. Yeah, we'll give Andrew a call here in a minute, and we'll talk about that. Yeah. And Spiffiness says, did you see the article about the new ankylosaurid prints from the mid-Cretaceous in Canada? I did, and I was talking to Jim about that on the phone yesterday, Spiffiness. He's not convinced they're ankylosaurids. They've only got, they've got 4 toes in the back. So, ankylosaurids have 3 toes on the hind feet. So he doesn't think it's an ankylosaurid. But, yeah. He thinks it's more likely it's a stegosaur, which would be really cool because that would be the latest surviving stegosaur in North America. We don't have any other remains from stegosaurs from the Cretaceous of North America, but yeah. Anywho, yeah. And Transit Biker, well, miss the shenanigans and learning. I hope you have a good rest of your stream. Thank you, Transit Biker. I appreciate that, and I'm sorry your AC broke. I hope that gets resolved soon. That's lousy. You try and stay cool, okay? Thanks for saying hi. I appreciate it. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. And Alexander Morrison, I've got that paper on our agenda for today. I was waiting until you you showed up. I was hoping you'd show up so we can talk about it, but we'll get into that in a little bit, I hope. Yeah. Let's go ahead and try and give Andrew a call here. For anybody who's
Across the street from the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site is a fossil dig site where crews are working on a deadline. The city of St. George is expected to begin construction on a new power substation in May, making the fossils there unattainable. So crews
last
from
week
across the
and
U.S. and as far
few
away
weeks
as
ago, I was
England
down
are
there.
trying to pull as much as they can from the ground before then. Paleontologist and science communicator Danny Aduza traveled to Utah from Oakland, California to support these efforts by live streaming on his Twitch channel, Paleontologizing, and joining the excavation.
About a month ago, I heard from the state paleontologist here in Utah, Jim Kirkland, about this kind of emergency fossil excavation going on. I've been...
Anywho, yeah. I'll give you the link to this. This is where I was streaming from for the past week, basically, in St. George. I just got back on early Sunday morning, actually. It's kind of an ordeal coming home, but I made it. And, yeah, we're going to see what the deal is there. I think Andrew texted me to say that they had some new fossil fish from the site. Yeah, this was yesterday at 9:19 p.m. He texted me saying, found 2 fish about half an hour ago. So that was late. That would have been like, what, 7:30 p.m., something like that? Holy cow. So let's give Andrew a call and see if we can get an update from the site. Might be busy right now. He's a busy guy.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
Yeah. We'll see if Andrew calls us back. But we'll go ahead and jump into some fossil news here. Yeah. And Friendly Creative Seal wants to know, how deep are dig sites typically? How deep have they gotten? Oh, hang on. Reload. Come on now. I'm trying to call him through my browser so that everybody can hear. Come on. Shoot. He might be leaving a message or something. Left the tab open. Hello? If you can hear me, Andrew, I can't hear you. Hang on a second. Let me try and call back. Call ended. Okay. There we go. Hey, Andrew. Yeah, sorry about that. Technical difficulties. Can you hear me?
Sorry. Yeah, you're breaking up. What was that again?
I said sorry about that. I had some technical difficulties there.
Yeah, I guess me too. The sun out here is very bright. It's hard to see my phone.
Gotcha. Yeah. Hope you're staying cool out there.
Trying. There's a little bit of cloud moving in, but it's pretty warm.
Yeah, let's
And
see.
Extremely windy.
It says 84 degrees Fahrenheit where I'm looking. But I'm sure it
Okay.
feels hotter than that. Yeah.
About right,
Yeah.
I would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm live right now on stream, and yeah, we're hoping things are going well, and hoping you might have an update for us.
So the big pile in front of the quarry is almost completely gone now.
Nice. All right.
Yeah, it probably tomorrow it'll be completely level. So the rock pile will be level with the quarry floor.
So that'll effectively double the size of the bone bed, basically, right? Or the fish bed?
Well, the fish beds don't go underneath the rock pile, not at this end, but they do at the far end, closer towards the houses.
Oh, okay.
So they'll go under that. So once he's got this bit cleared in front, then I want him to go and hit the big pile again.
Okay.
Now he can
nice.
access from this end, and then we can get all of that cleared above the rest of the bone bed.
Nice.
Yeah, last night, I think I sent you some pictures. Did you show those yet to people?
I think the ones you sent me yesterday, the big fish bone, I showed that. Yeah, really nice. Do you think that's a coelacanth? What do you think it's from?
Yeah, it's a ceratihyle from a coelacanth.
I don't even know that bone. It shows what I know about fish osteology, I guess. That's one of the skull bones?
Yeah, it's in one of the skull bones in coelacanth. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Very, very cool. Yeah. Awesome.
So yeah, that's only our third specimen as far as I know of the ceratihyle.
Oh shoot! Fantastic.
Yeah, it's a really good one. Let me see. Last night around 10 o'clock, I found 2 fish by flashlight.
Trying to work when it's nice and cool, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. And then last night I did some rock sawing a little bit, and then this morning I did a ton of rock sawing and trenching before most people had shown up. So.
Gotcha. Okay.
And Hunter and Jaleesa have been putting capping jackets. Dustin's been going crazy with a leaf blower.
Nice.
Yeah. So the big fish that Dustin found is now completely trenched and has a jacket on it.
Excellent. Okay. Very, very cool.
That's like a 2.5 foot long fish, I'd say.
Holy moly! And you think it's a semi-anodid?
I don't know what it is.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
It's a mystery.
That's exciting. Wow.
Yeah. More Losotus.
Okay.
Oh, and
our shark.
Then Dustin went up the hill to look for to go look at a cactus with David and found a dinosaur tooth laying float on the hill.
On the surface. That's nuts. Wow.
On the surface, and then Hunter found a premaxilla from a semi-anodid. Also, Dustin also found a piece of coelacanth bone.
Wow.
So it's equivalent layers that are just naturally eroding on the hill.
Layer,
Also
so
this morning,
yeah.
There was. Did I tell you there was a drill here delivered yesterday?
A drill.
A truck with a drilling platform.
Oh yeah, the one that went next to your tent.
Yeah. So anyway, they just collected 2 core samples.
Oh.
It's the geotech again, so they're just going to see exactly the same thing they've seen everywhere else.
Yeah.
I really don't get it.
You
know, these people are getting paid a lot of money to do this for things that
that's
are
not
already
cheap.
known.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's, things that are already known. But anyway, they'll do what they have to do.
I guess there's some sort of box they had to tick, and that's just a regulation or something.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. So, what else? That's about it, really. I basically caught up on inventories yesterday.
Nice. That's not easy to do at the rate at which you're finding new stuff. That's great.
Yeah, today's actually going quite slowly. There's not a lot of fossils coming in.
Okay. Okay.
I think it's the heat getting
Yeah.
people.
Uh-huh.
We
I
had a
believe that.
pretty good size here this morning, and it's kind of diminished a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we have days like that. It's not a big deal. We'll pick
Yeah.
it up again.
Yeah. Yeah. When you were talking about the dinosaur tooth found up the hill, you said that's stratigraphically equivalent. It's not higher in section.
No, it would be equivalent with the upper bone bed.
Okay, nice. Cool.
Yeah.
Um,
it was just among the basalt blocks.
That's really exciting. Shoot. Yeah. Is that spot going to be covered by the substation as well, or
no?
Would you be able to work there in the future?
Well, that's supposed to be a park.
Oh.
Yeah. So I mean, we've included that piece of property as part of the paleo landmark.
Uh-huh.
Because it will be an extension of Slick Rock Park to the east.
Gotcha. Okay.
But it'll add an extra layer of protection for the city too,
right.
Make the park a little bit more important.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, still waiting to hear from the city lawyer. I will speak to him tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Be interested to see what's said.
Crossing my fingers that meeting goes well, and that something changes, and that those fossils get a reprieve.
Yeah, so lots more tools have arrived.
And, more things from the wish list.
Yeah, thank you so much for all of that, everyone that's purchased screwdrivers, the big long screwdrivers. We're starting to beat them up already.
Uh-huh. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So, that's pretty much it for today. There's a lot of rock moved with the big excavating equipment, so that's good. It is kind of weird camping out here.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Did you you were on your own though out here?
It was me and Jeff Martz were out there for 1 or 2 nights. It was just us. Yeah.
So last night it was like, okay, I'm just gonna go and play around with the fish beds.
Right. Yeah.
And, worked out okay.
Nice. Finding 2 fish in the dark. Somebody in the chat said night fishing. Nice.
Yeah, night fishing. Yeah.
Yeah. Good stuff. Well, shoot. As always, keep up the good work. We're all rooting for you.
All right.
Yeah, and let us know if there's anything else that you need on the wish list or anything like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Awesome.
All right.
Well, good luck out there,
Thanks
Andrew.
a lot, Dave.
Appreciate you.
Okay, talk to you later.
All
Bye.
Right. Bye. All right, everybody. That was curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum, Andrew Milner. Hard at work trying to salvage these fossils before they're destroyed by an upcoming construction project in St. George, Utah. It's always nice hearing that the community, the support this community has offered. You good folks purchasing things off the wish list, donating funds. It really is making a difference. And hearing that from Andrew is always really cool. So everybody who's contributed, you should be very proud. You're doing good work. Good stuff. But yeah. And Zymius says, I really want to learn more about these creatures, so it is a great spot. Yeah, oh yeah. That's an incredible fossil site, and I've been really lucky to be able to work at it, and the level of support we've been able to get for that work has been really incredible. I know Andrew's really grateful, and I am too. It's pretty awesome. You know, I'm really proud to have been able to contribute something to that. It's a big deal. It really is. Anywho, Good stuff. Now, with that having been said, and we've got our update from Andrew Milner, I think it's about time we get into some fossil news. You ready for that? Let's play our fossil news stinger right here. All right, fossil news. Let's dive into that crocodilomorph paper that Alexander Morrison was talking about. We'll get into that here, but first we just got a couple of questions. When do we start fundraising for your summer digs, Kodali? We don't. Those are funded this year. Ethan was able to get enough funds through other means to be able to fund our field work in Wyoming. And it looks like the Utah Geological Survey is going to have the funds for our work in Doling's Bowl near Moab, Utah this year. So we're good to go. I'm really happy about that. I don't have to ask anything else from this community for the time being. I will be running a fundraiser, I think, after I get back from the field, so that I can afford to go to the UK for the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting in late October. Or no, it's in November this year. vertpaleo.org. But rather than just asking for donations, I want to do a merch drop instead. Here. SVP 2025 in Birmingham in the UK. The crown jewel of the British Isles. Birmingham. In order to raise funds for this trip, I want to print up a bunch of t-shirts and ship those out to folks. So that way you don't just have the satisfaction of knowing that you're contributing to fossil science, you're getting something tangible in return too, you know? That's what I want to do this year. So we'll see. And Polyot says, I don't think anyone has ever called Birmingham the crown jewels before. Well, I mean, what do you mean? Of course they are. Out of all the British Empire, there is no more a shining example of English preeminence than that glorious metropolis, Birmingham. What are you talking about? Yeah. You need a store with more merch anyway? It's true, Kodali, but I actually want to print the shirts myself.
Though it may not seem like much, 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science. Our tweet here on Twitch.
I really appreciate those 500 bits. Thank you, Galrox. Appreciate it. Yeah, their bin collections have been on strike for over a month now. They may have lost that title. Again, that's a shining example of collective action. You know? Power to the workers, Polyot. I hope they get everything they're striking for. Yeah. Yeah. Wolvulus says, how much money does it cost to fund a dig like the one you will be working on this summer? A rough average? So our work in Wyoming, we're going to be near the town of Green River, Wyoming. Let's see, previous years, I think we spent about $10,000 for 1 month of field work with a crew of I think there were about 40 people that summer in total. It's 30 or 40. So yeah, about 10K. Last year, I think it was closer to 20K. But we had some additional expenses, a lot of equipment to purchase. There was a rock saw and, big vehicle rental, all kinds of stuff like that. Plus, we had to rent a big truck to be able to drive the fossils to the museum in Cleveland, Ohio. Cleveland? Cincinnati, Ohio. So many C cities in Ohio. Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati, and so on. But yeah, paleontology is remarkably cost-effective, especially field paleo. Talk to some other scientists on Twitch about this, like, you know, science streams. Talk to Balint and Lita. $10,000 might be like a single experiment in genetics. That might be like a single sequence that they run or something. With 10,000 bucks, you could dig up half a dozen new species of dinosaur and bring them back to the lab and start to prep them potentially. It's impressive. Actually, here, I think we might talk about that here in this VOD. Let me look at the transcript. Let's search for some financial words like expensive. Or cost, perhaps.
We collect all the big giants mostly. We've only helicoptered once. They work every.
So, at this museum in Dickinson, North Dakota, the Badlands Dinosaur Museum, they've got a major field operation that runs every summer, and they're able to do a tremendous amount with about 20K per summer, but they've got huge crews, multiple vehicles, just, they're pulling out incredible dinosaur specimens.
Auction. Or better yet, fund field work. If you're the sort of person who's got a lot of money and you really like dinosaurs, you know, museums like this, holy cow, they can do a lot with not very much money, it would seem. Like, I don't know. Do you want to talk about that, Denver, a little bit? Like your budget for the summer? I know we talked about this yesterday, but I think it bears repeating.
Yesterday, so we spend $20,000 and we do 3 months worth of field work for that, with 2 to
3 months of field work for 20,000 bucks. It's I know that's a lot of money to me. I don't have 20,000 bucks in my bank account, but for like a major scientific expedition, that is dirt cheap.
3 crews, so 10 to 15.
With running 3
months
crews.
worth of field work for that, with 2 to 3 crews, so 10 to 15 people on a crew, and we work 6 days a week. So on average, in a week, depending on the weather, we basically work every day we can, and then if it looks like it's going to rain, we go resupply.
There are surgical operations that cost more. Absolutely, Charlie's Dragon. Holy cow. I think $20,000 is about as much as it costs to have a baby in the United States. And I don't mean that's how much it costs to raise a child from infancy to adulthood. I mean, that's how much it costs to deliver a baby in the hospital. 20,000 bucks, something like that. I've also heard 30,000. It's insane, you know? Yeah, wild. There are people who go bankrupt because they had a baby and they didn't have health insurance. So what you're saying is skip the baby, run a paleontology summer? There you go, Galrox. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah.
And we keep collecting, and we're building up more days.
A bit like your budget for the summer. I know we talked about this yesterday, but I think it bears repeating.
And Semi Keen says, my kids all cost $30,000 each just for the hospital. Shoot. That's insane, you know? Just bonkers. $30,000, that's like, that used to be like luxury SUV type money, you know? That kid's not going to come with leather seats and a heated steering wheel and a 6 CD changer. No. That's just the money that you have to pay so they give you your baby. Otherwise, what are they going to keep it? Like, yeah, you know, it's a real nice baby you got there. You know, be real shame if it would be lost and, you know, outside the delivery room, you know? It's, you know, stranger things have happened. You know, we could see to it that, you know, a little bit of money, we can make sure that, that the baby gets safely home with you, you know? It'd be real terrible if you didn't have $30,000. A lot of places a baby can go missing in the hospital, you know what I mean? It's insane. Anyway. So yeah, maybe leave the baby and take the faucet. Because leave the gun, take the cannoli. But that anyway, that joke's fallen flat. We're gonna move on.
Today, so we spend $20,000 and we do 3 months worth of field work for that with 2 to 3 crews, so 10 to 15 people on a crew, and we work 6 days a week.
There you go, Otan. I know. I was
on average in a
luxury SUV is probably like $60,000 to $80,000 today. Otan are on. I'm talking about 15 years ago when cars still had 6 CD changers. Back when a luxury SUV might cost $30,000. That's probably longer. It's probably 20 years ago at this point. But yeah. Wolfie says, can't wait to be a successful emergency doctor and fun to dig on my own. Yeah, we've been really lucky where we had a doctor, a physician, his name was Rod, and he actually contributed funds to us sometimes back when we were working in the Hell Creek, me and Denver and some other folks. Really grateful to Rod for all of his help with that. But at one point, he gave us like these big boxes full of, or at least one box, full of gypsonas, the little plaster bandages. Those things are expensive. He gave us a whole box of them. And he's like, yeah, I fished these out of the dumpster. The hospital was throwing them away because they were expired, meaning that the hospital had them in their inventory for a few months or something. And then regulations say that they have to throw them out. I think it's one of the ways that they justify being able to charge $50 for an aspirin pill and stuff. Is that, oh, well, you know, we have to throw these things out after a month or two. So anyway, and he was telling us it was like one plaster bandage. According to the price books for the hospital, it's like $100 each for something that probably costs maybe 75 cents to make. It's nuts. Yeah, it's ridiculous here. It's just bonkers. Nonsense country. Insanity. Just what a broken place the USA is in terms of healthcare. Don't get me started. Anyway. Paleontological fieldwork. Far more cost effective.
Field work for that with 2 to 3 crews, so 10 to 15 people on a crew, and we work 6 days a week. So on average in a week, depending on the weather, we basically work every day we can, and then if it looks like it's going to rain, we go resupply. And we keep collecting, and we're building up more and more material.
There you go, Polyat. Yes,
we work on these bone beds.
Polyat, you're lucky you weren't in the U.S. So Denver here, you can tell by his accent, is from the U.K. He's from a village, I think, north of Manchester. So it's called Disley, D-I-S-L-E-Y, if memory serves. Denver's got his green card here in the U.S. Yeah, he didn't want to get U.S. citizenship because he's like, what if I get sick? I go bankrupt. He's like, I have to keep my UK citizenship because if I ever get sick, I can just go back to the UK and have the NHS, the National Health Service. He's like, I don't ever want to become an American. It could be a death sentence, you know?
Stuff. And we camp on public lands in very, very basic camps. We don't have anything fancy. We have a grill.
It's good to have a grill and a fridge.
In Havre, we have pit toilets.
Luxury.
That is a luxury.
I consider that a luxury. I take away that privilege to some people.
We have a reservoir.
There, Gamers Tavern Show. Yeah. Everybody tells stories like that.
Sandy Beach.
No, I mean, it's pretty cheap when you live cheaply out there. You know, we eat well. We don't like eat rubbish, but Most everybody who comes out has a good time, but yeah. 20 grand.
20 grand for 3 months of field work.
For 3 months.
And I don't know how many dinosaur specimens you're bringing back every summer, but it's a lot.
Yeah, we got a grant to helicopter this one out, but we found it as part of that field work and all these things we collect, all the big jackets mostly. We've only helicoptered once, and everything else we dragged it out.
There you go, kid. Yes, I know, right?
Like commercially, does that amount of field work and the prep that follows, does that justify $40 million in many of these specimens?
No. So what he's referring to there is oh boy, this right here, which was, if you ask me, a travesty. Some poor sucker paid $44.6 million for a Stegosaurus skeleton. It's a nice skeleton, certainly. But $44 million? This thing probably cost, I don't know, maybe $1,000 to dig up? Maybe?
Especially
like
commercially, does that amount of field work and the prep that follows, does that justify $40 million in many of these specimens?
No.
Especially the cardboard ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, just think about that a little bit.
Yeah. So it's an important point to make. Yeah. And if, again, to repeat, if you want to help support this kind of work, you get a lot of bang for your buck. I always say that paleontology is one of the most cost-effective of the sciences. Like, what you're able to get for the amount of funding that goes into it is incredible. So, if you want to help pay for Deanna here to prep some more of these fossils, that would really help out a tremendous amount. Like I keep saying, that's the bottleneck here. Getting these fossils prepped so they can go into collections and they can go on display and they can be studied and published and enjoyed by the public. That's the difficult thing, is actually getting these things prepped, because going out and collecting them, they're very good at doing this, but you need people to sit down and actually clean the rock away from the bone, and that's what Deanna and Steve do.
Yeah. And fieldwork has its own difficulties, obviously, but this is more time consuming and involves more training. So to start somebody up, it takes years to become professional at this. And I think Deanna's one of 2 of us in Dickinson, so I would like to turn more people into great volunteers or even professionals,
Yeah.
And
So after these streams, we raised several $1,000s for fossil prep at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. This was a rousing success, and I'm extraordinarily proud of this community. All the generous folks here. If I didn't think that we would have funding for our work in Wyoming this year, I probably wouldn't have asked for donations. But luckily, Ethan's got that on lock, and I'm always hesitant to really ask people for too much, Especially nowadays. Tariffs and everything, don't get me started. It's hard out there, and a lot of folks are really struggling. Science is one of those things that pays dividends in the long run. I really wish that we had proper funding for science in this country from the federal government, but that's just being eroded left and right. Just trying to funnel money up people who already have most of the money. Anyhow, I'm extraordinarily grateful to everybody who's contributed to projects like that one. And warms my heart. It really does. And seeing how grateful Denver and Liz were, and Steve and Deanna, that makes my heart smile. So anyhow, Sketchy Track says, think of the state of paleontology in third world countries? You mean like this one is going to be in a few years at the current rate? Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. I recognize that third world country doesn't necessarily mean impoverished. It means That's like a holdover term from the Cold War. First world were like U.S. aligned countries, United States, Canada, the UK, etc., Japan. Second world were like Soviet aligned countries, and then the third world were kind of unaffiliated. That's my understanding. But anyhow, yeah. Yanzoku says, we're lucky to have people like you to show and teach us about these prehistoric animals. That's what I'm here for, you know? Thank you for saying that, Yanzoku. I appreciate the kind words. Yeah. And Sweden would be considered a third world country, says Dundergunder. Yeah, because they were neutral during the Cold War. I think they may have officially been considered a third world country. Like, legitimately. And earnestly, yeah. I think that's what that term officially meant. You're Norwegian. I know about Swedes and Norwegians. That rivalry there. Charlie's Dragon and Dundergunder, yeah. Yeah. There's a song about that. Are you aware of this? Oh, this is goofy, but I'm gonna play the beginning.
I don't know if you can tell, but I'm of mixed race. I'm half German and half Swedish.
He's joking.
So I'm always walking that Northern European tightrope between world domination and suicide.
Oh boy.
My wife's Norwegian, but she's nice. But she's Norwegian. And, you know, so many of the world's most intractable conflicts have been between people who would seem to be the closest. You know, Tutsis and Hutus, and Irish and the English, Israelis and Palestinians, the farmer and the cowman. And these differences don't matter. That's what I'm saying. They don't matter. Not that, all that matters is, are you Swedish or Norwegian?
You use too much salt in your lutefisk. Your lefse has too many lumps. You never neuter your elk hounds. You never groom your skioms. Your queen has a wart on her forehead. Your king is too fond of his mead. I hate you, you filthy Norwegian. I hate you, you miserable Swede. Yeah, sure. I hate you.
Anyway, you get the idea. Here's a link. It seems like we've got some Swedes and Norwegians in the chat. I don't have really any connection to either country except for cool people that I've met from both places. So yeah, thanks for sharing the song, Denny. You bet, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, Roy Zimmerman had a lot of great songs back in the day. I've not been following him for a long time, but I remembered that one. Anywho, yeah. Anywho, yeah. There goes like toxic, yeah. Yeah. Let's get back on topic here. Let's get into our fossil news. And, oh, and Polyot says, what do paleontologists do when not in the field? Well, this. Yeah, this is what I do when I'm not in the field. I stream here on Twitch. But yeah, is there a whole other side of the work, or is it then handed over to someone else? No, so what paleontologists do when they're not in the field is, shoot, you know, in old movies, when you see, like, here we go, kind of like this. Yeah, when there's like a vampire sleeping in a coffin, That's what we do when it's not the field season. Yeah. No. It depends what... It depends how you make your living as a paleontologist. Paleontology is not just field work. In fact, there are some paleontologists who literally never go out into the field. There are a lot of paleontologists who make their living as university professors or as curators in museums. There are a lot of paleontologists who do remediation work. They like monitor construction sites and stuff to be able to save any fossils while construction is happening. While excavations are happening, the foundation of a building or a highway or something is being built. They're on site, they're monitoring things. There are paleontologists who work all kinds of other jobs and careers too to pay the bills. I always like to say that there are about as many different ways to be a paleontologist as there are different paleontologists. There are paleontologists who work as high school principals, or plumbers, or lots of other jobs. There's a lot of paleontologists who work at medical schools, teaching anatomy. Here, an example of that would be, well, shoot, somebody like Karen Poole. Here we go. I think... Let's find this right here.
Would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi. I'm Dr. Karen Poole. So I study iguanodontian dinosaurs, and in my real job, although that's part of my real job, but I also teach anatomy to, like, human anatomy to medical students. So I'm kind of down that path in paleontology, heavy into anatomy these days.
Nice. Yeah, and so Karen's been out here doing field work for longer than I have here in the Cedar Mountain Formation.
Yeah, it's been a few years since I've been out here, but I've been working, or I come out occasionally and help out. And I think the first time I came to Doling's Bowl was like 2015 or so.
Anyhow, if you want to watch the rest of this VOD where I interview Karen, I'm going to be working on some papers with her soon, hopefully. But there is a link there. It's not uncommon to be to work in the medical field as a paleontologist, especially if you're teaching. There.
City of Chicago, with a room full of human cadavers.
There's Neil Shubin.
It was more than a decade ago.
Works on fossil
and
fishes.
I just moved to the University of Chicago as chairman of the anatomy department.
Chairman, wow.
And I remember, hanging around with the students around the tables here, just getting to know them and letting them get to know me. They're launching their careers as future physicians, and there's some nerves and skittishness those first few days. And they'd almost invariably ask, Dr. Shubin, what kind of doctor are you? Are you a surgeon? Are you a cardiologist? And I'd say, well, no, I'm a fish paleontologist. And so I'd get this look like, well, what? I want my money back. But it soon became clear that being a paleontologist, and not just any paleontologist, a fish paleontologist, is a very powerful way to teach human anatomy. Because often some of the best roadmaps to our own bodies are seen in other creatures.
Anywho, I'll give you a link to this. Your Inner Fish is a phenomenal documentary series. It's a 3-parter. There's part 1 right there. It's also an excellent book. You should check it out. If that idea of using other creatures, including fossil organisms, as kind of a roadmap to understand human anatomy, it's a powerful idea. Check out Your Inner Fish. It's phenomenal. It's really good. Yeah. Just another type of derived fish. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. We certainly are. Yep. One more point that I want to make here before I catch up with chat is... ago when we ran into Andy Farkey here in
Yeah.
Very,
and,
very cool trivia.
Jim was saying in the chat, Malcolm McKenna kept him alive during a field season some time ago. Jim Kirkland is watching right now.
Oh, hello, Jim. Yeah. Hello, Jim.
Yeah, I did field work with Jim the past couple summers, and he was on stream a lot.
Yeah, we'll get to your comment in a second here, Mobius.
Personal trivia, I've known Jim since I was in high school when I first corresponded with him. And so it was very lovely to have life come full circle now.
Very cool.
And, you know, have someone who I looked up to when I was a little baby pre-paleontologist, and now being able to have him as a colleague. So,
that's awesome. Yeah. And before you take off, if you've got just another minute.
Yeah, I do.
A standard question I'd like to ask colleagues on stream is if they have any advice for anybody watching who might want to become a paleontologist.
Oh, yeah.
Like kind of drawing from your own experience and your own story.
Yeah.
Yeah, what advice can you give?
Yeah, I think my biggest advice for anyone interested in paleo is not to limit yourself. I always have loved dinosaurs. Well, since like the age of 4. I haven't always loved dinosaurs, but I've loved dinosaurs since I was
since you were aware of them.
Yeah. And, you know, I always had a thought that I'd want to be a dinosaur paleontologist.
Yeah.
But I also was really excited to discover there's other facets of paleontology, there's other facets of science that are super interesting and super informative. And I think, you know, I've always been lucky to be able to get a broad background from the people I've been around and also have that broad background to enable me to pursue different kinds of opportunities.
Yeah.
The statistic I always use is, you know, there are more. It is easier to get a job as an NFL quarterback than it is to get a job as a dinosaur paleontologist.
That's
like when
true.
you look at the NFL draft.
Oh man,
that's nuts to think about. You know, how many NFL quarterbacks are there currently working? It's certainly not in the hundreds, right? It's not that many.
Uses, you know, there are more. It is easier to get a job as an NFL quarterback than it is to get a job as a dinosaur paleontologist.
That's
like when
true.
you look at the NFL draft,
oh man,
there are more quarterback positions every year than there are dinosaur curators positions that open up.
Yep.
And so what he's talking about is specifically you curators of dinosaur paleontology, or like dinosaur paleontologist is your job title. So I would not count under that definition because I stream here on Twitch. This is how I make my living. That's not my job title. That's not what it says on my paychecks. It doesn't say dinosaur paleontologist. I consider myself a dinosaur paleontologist, and somebody was asking this in the chat earlier, I saw. What designates a dinosaur paleontologist? And I would say it's somebody who publishes in the scientific literature on dinosaurs. If you have to have a litmus test about this, a dinosaur paleontologist is somebody who publishes scientific papers on dinosaurs. They're contributing to the scientific literature regarding Dinosauria. Does that make sense? But for somebody with a job title, dinosaur paleontologist, those jobs are extremely scarce, you know?
Oh man,
there are more quarterback positions every year than there are dinosaur curators positions that open up. And
way more.
I like to think I'm in an elite class.
Yeah.
You know, I'm more elite. I wish I get paid at NFL level salaries, but I think the point being that you know, being able to have diverse paths for your career. Like I never imagined when I was a grad student that someday I'd be able to work with high school students at a high school and be able to run a museum in that way. Like that's not a.
So this is unique in the world. The ALF Museum of Paleontology in, I think, Claremont, California. Do I have that right? It's the only paleontological repository in the world that's attached to a high school. This is not a museum that's part of a university or part of a state geological survey or something like that. It's literally part of a private high school, like really upscale private high school in Claremont, California.
Career path I ever thought would be open.
Sure.
And so being able to be open to different kinds of opportunities, different kinds of possibilities, even though...
Oh, and Polyot says, I'm guessing a large part of it is voluntary? Absolutely. I'm just a boring lawyer. I don't know how boring you are, Polyot. You're here. I think that's pretty cool. But I could get into it in a meaningful way in my own time? Absolutely. So we actually had a lawyer join us last summer on our field crew. and she very graciously provided some funding to us, which was awesome. But yeah, she said something like, well, yeah, she felt a little bit guilty about her day job. I'll put it that way. But she's like, this is my way of trying to atone for that, trying to give back to the world. This is my way of trying to do some good that counteracts what I do for work. And that was tremendously helpful. You know, she's helping to advance the field of paleontology in that sense, and that's a beautiful thing. And Andrew's about to talk about that too. There are many, many different ways to contribute to paleontology without necessarily being a paleontologist, identifying as such, or having that job title or whatever. You could be a teacher or a plumber or a lawyer or a school principal or a sanitation worker, or you could work for, I don't know, whatever. But you can still go out and do field work. You can work in the museum. You can work in the laboratory. You can volunteer here and there. There's lots of different ways that you can get involved. You don't have to be a paleontologist. And that's one of the points that I was trying to get across last week when I was in St. George. Hardly anybody there actually has the job title paleontologist. There was, you know, maybe 2 or 3 people in the quarry who had that. If you count me, it would be 2 or 3, I guess. Most of the folks there were volunteering. They're from other walks of life, other careers, other professions.
I'm not like strictly...
IT, says Presbyter Dart. Yes, and several of our volunteers worked in information technologies. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Including some members of Twitch chat, members of this community who were there in the quarry last week. They work in IT. Yeah. And is fieldwork backbreaking? It can be, but only if you're doing backbreaking stuff. Not all fieldwork is backbreaking. Yeah.
You know, my job title is not paleontologist. I'm able to do paleontology in a setting.
Yeah.
And, you know, working with all the things I've learned over the years about, you know, science communication, being able to write, being able to speak, being able to communicate in diverse and new formats.
Right.
You know, the idea of being on a Twitch stream, you know, when I was a grad student, like we didn't even know what it, you know, there was no Twitch.
Yeah.
There wasn't Twitter yet, or I guess whatever we're calling it nowadays.
Yeah.
Any sort of stream, you know, sort of, you know, blue sky.
Sure, yeah.
Things.
Yeah.
And so being able to be flexible and not too boxed into just a single idea of what it means to be a scientist or what it means to be in paleontology.
Sketchy Trek says musician, artist. Yeah, we've had musicians and artists out in the field with us.
Ferocious killer, Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Nia, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah.
And you know, some of my favorite people to work with in the profession are those that really don't have paleontology as any part of what they do. Some of our fossils that were found here, like the holotype for Gripposaurus monumentensis.
Yeah.
The guy who found that was a volunteer on a field crew. He's actually a carpenter. He's not a He's not a paleontologist by trade, but he's found a lot of really amazing fossils just because he has the skill, he has the interest in getting out and doing that. And he found a holotype, you know, for a new kind of dinosaur, just because he had like the eye and the dedication and that. And so even though he's not a professional in the sense of being a paid paleontologist, he's someone who does paleontology and has made some pretty amazing discoveries. And I think that's true for like our high school student, you know, Malcolm McKenna, before he was a paleontologist, finding this. And so I think that my big message to come back full circle is, you know, being flexible, being open to different opportunities, being open to different ways of engaging with the science, because there's a lot of different ways to do that. And I like to look at it that way also because it means that, you know, I want everyone to feel like they have a place to be a paleontologist or to engage with paleontology. And so I think the more ways, the bigger we think of paleontology, the broader we think of it, the more opportunities there are for engagement.
Right.
So, and to be a part of it, because it's such a cool field, and there's so many different ways you can get involved, and then turn it into a career working in groundwater protection, or turn it into a career as a teacher, or turn it into a career, you know, doing whatever you're doing. Even better, turning it into a career as an entrepreneur who becomes a multi-billionaire and then funds
who can fund
museums.
further field work and research.
And really, you know, we need everyone engaged with the field. Because, you know, it's not just me, it's not just you, it's not just the folks on the watching this right now. It's, you know, everyone all together. So
That's
a
fantastic
my long-winded piece of advice.
Brilliant. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Yeah,
thanks.
Andy Farkey, everybody.
Yeah. Good to see you all. And I'll see you around, I'm sure.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks again.
Enjoy.
Awesome. Here's a link to that VOD if you'd like to watch the whole thing. That was a lot of fun. Andy was very gracious talking to us. He was in and out of meetings during that stream, but very gracious. Really appreciate Andy. It's my first time meeting him, too. Nayrig, thanks for the follow. Welcome. It's good to have you. Yeah. Wolvulus says, so there is still hope for me? Absolutely, Wolvulus. Now, you were saying earlier you're from Tunisia, right? There are some incredible fossils in Tunisia. And there are... Yeah, here we go. Wolvulus says, here in Tunisia, hardly anything is done for paleontology. That's what I've heard. We have no funding, no natural history museum, except for a small exhibition and a remote warehouse managed by the National Office of Mines. Most of the funding goes toward archaeology because of Tunisia's historical past, Carthage and the Phoenicians. But even that is a challenge. Many excavations remain unfinished due to lack of money and are looted by antiquities traffickers. Yeah. But that's the thing, Wolvulus. If you want to see more work being done in the field of paleontology in Tunisia, you can help make that happen, potentially. If you really wanted to, you could look through the scientific literature, go to Google Scholar, here, and just search dinosaurs, Tunisia, mosasaurs, Tunisia, whatever. Look at the author names that show up on those papers and maybe contact some of those people. Say, hey, if you're looking to do more fieldwork in Tunisia, maybe we can collaborate, you know? There's a big push in vertebrate paleontology nowadays. Paleontology studying creatures with bones, like dinosaurs, for instance. There's a big push nowadays in vertebrate paleontology to have more homegrown science. So rather than having what we used to call parachute science, where scientists from other countries drop into Tunisia or Egypt or Kazakhstan or Argentina, they collect the fossils and then they bring them back to New York City or London or Berlin or something. Instead, it's working with people there on the ground in those other countries and trying to establish homegrown programs. Let's see if we can get a museum built. Let's see if we can find funding to build this program up locally. Train young people there locally to become scientists and to help preserve these fossil resources where they are, rather than taking them away to other countries. The Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, like we were talking about, they're trying to really support this sort of thing more. They're trying out new initiatives, and I'm proud of them. I'm proud to be part of this organization, you know? They're doing good work, trying to address some of these practices that paleontologists have had in the past that have been kind of colonialist. We're really trying to move forward, be more ethical.
This is really not what paleontology is like.
Lady J, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome. So yeah. Dropping Paleo Squad via C-130. Oh no, Alexander Morrison, yeah. But yeah. Wolvulus says, thank you so much for your encouragement. Yeah, you bet. It has always been my dream. I didn't become a doctor by choice, but because I couldn't become a paleontologist. It's so unknown here that no one has ever let me do what I've always wanted to do. As a doctor, Wolvulus, you will have expertise that will be directly applicable to paleontological fieldwork and laboratory work and museum work, frankly. It's, Yeah, Wolvulus, you've got advantages there. If you are a doctor, a physician, you're gonna have advantages that'll help you make a difference. And you're gonna have local knowledge that will be invaluable as well. So yeah, reach out to some paleontologists in other countries, and who knows what could result from that. Yeah. Anyhow. Step 1, earn more money from being an ER doctor. Step 2, fulfill my dream. There you go, Volvulus. Yeah. And Petrodactylus said, I'm hoping one of these days have the free time to actually volunteer at some point for something paleontology related. In the meantime, I try to donate whenever I can. Really appreciate that, Petrodactylus. It means a lot. It makes a difference. And, yeah, there are volunteer opportunities out there. There's a few under the volunteer command. Museums like the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. Fieldwork, here we go. They have one of the most vibrant and robust field programs in the world. Oh, there's my leg right there. That's funny. I'm all over this website. There's me there too. This is fieldwork we did back in 2015. That's a Triceratops site that I discovered. That's Count Tricula right there. Yeah, and here's me also in this photo. There's Count Tricula again. But volunteer on a field crew. Yeah. Our field crews are mostly made up of volunteers. We usually ask for a commitment of at least 2 weeks, although this is flexible depending on circumstances. If you're interested in volunteering on one of our summer field crews, please see our Fieldwork volunteer page, and I'll give you a link to this. This is one of the most, I hesitate to say prestigious. This is one of the most productive, most legit field programs you could possibly work with. Yeah, they yield some pretty incredible results every year. So yeah, how to apply to be a field crew volunteer. It's all there at that link. Yeah. But note that this is not a summer camp or vacation. Applicants are expected to work hard all day in typically hot weather with excavation and camp duties. Furthermore, paleontological fieldwork involves many potentially dangerous activities. Hiking in steep terrain, carrying heavy objects, using sharp tools, encountering dangerous animals. And they're not talking about the dinosaurs. They're talking about things like rattlesnakes, potentially. Although accidents rarely occur. Yeah. I've never been on a field crew where somebody's had like a really serious injury. Thankfully. Fingers crossed, you know. Knock on wood. Yeah. So yeah, need to ensure that all volunteers are responsible and will not endanger other crew members. They have had to send people home before because people just haven't worked out. Something as simple as forgetting to drink enough water can lead to heat stroke or severe injuries. Yeah. But if you've got a good head on your shoulders, if you're generally a sensible person, and if you're okay with a little bit of hardship for the sake of adventure and scientific discovery, consider volunteering. There's really nothing else like it. I mean, I was talking about this yesterday a little bit. It's, there's something truly special about paleontological fieldwork that's hard to describe. I mean, you're usually working out there in the middle of the desert, far away from civilization. You might be 4 hours or more from the nearest hospital in some cases. And you're part of a team. You all rely on each other. You're all pulling together for common cause. You've all got the same purpose. You're all It's like being part of a team sport, except you're not just trying to win a game or a match. You're unearthing the remains of extinct creatures. Organisms that haven't seen the light of day in 60 plus million years. And you know that the work that you're doing right there, people are going to be talking about this for decades or centuries into the future. The specimens that you're collecting are going to be there in that museum long after you're dead. Knowing that and having that sense of camaraderie with your crewmates, it's truly special. There's really nothing else like it that I've ever experienced. And also just being out there in the wilderness, away from the things of man. It's pretty wondrous. I look forward to it every year. And it's usually about this time of year every year, I start to get the field jitters. I've got to get back out there. Got to get out to the field. I've been really lucky in my career where every summer since 2011, except for 2020 and 2021, so I don't know how many years that is. It's quite a few. I've been able to do field work. It's something I look forward to every single year. This year I've had some brief tastes of that in St. George. And that was a joy. But man, I can't wait to get out there for a whole month in Wyoming. It's going to be lovely, and I can't wait to share it with all of you. It's going to be real good. It's going to be real good. So anyway, enough of that soapbox. Yeah. But yeah. And Petrodactylus says, I want to take a class on how to properly handle rattlesnakes. Do they offer classes like that? I don't know. I just try not to touch them. Usually you just, leave them alone and they leave you alone. I do have a snake stick, but that's for holding them at arm's length. Thank you, Burning Mansions, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Friendly Creative Seal says, is there a fieldwork after party? Sometimes things get a little rowdy on the last night of the field season. Or maybe 2 nights before the last night, or whatever. But, no, there's not usually an official after party. At least not on the crews I've worked with. Yeah. Yeah. And Otan Uran says, if medical buildings are more than an hour away, having a doctor on the trip is probably not a bad idea. Yeah. And we've been lucky before. I've also had wilderness first aid training. My certification is long since lapsed. That was years and years ago. But it's nice to have some people on the crew who have got a little bit of first aid knowledge, for sure. We're lucky when we work in Wyoming. The nearest hospital is not that far away at all. So, but that's rare. I've worked in situations where the nearest hospital might be an hour and a half away, and it's like a little 2-room hospital. The next nearest one is probably 4 hours away, and that's if you can get to it, if the roads are in good condition. If you've had a big rainstorm, forget it. You might be stranded out there for days. And field season, yes indeed, Ken. Yeah. And Friendly Creative Seal says, why are digs only in the summer? Why not spring or fall? In some places they can be in the spring or fall, and we might be doing some field work in the fall this year in Utah. But the reason why they're usually in the summer is that a lot of our volunteer labor comes from students, and students usually have school for the whole year except for summer. So generally speaking, fieldwork is scheduled for summer because that's when you can get volunteer labor. Students often have priority as volunteers because if you're pursuing a career in paleontology, if you're studying to be a paleontologist, we want you on the crew, But not all crews are like that. Some crews, most of the volunteers are people of different ages, not just students, people from different professions, all that. And I think you'll be seeing some of that Maybe in September and October this year, if I do some more field work out there with Josh Lively. I gotta talk to him about that. But yeah. Anywho, yeah. Very funny. Real men grow beards, oh boy. Yeah. And is there a field medic? Do we carry anti-venom? No. In fact, sometimes that hospital that's 4 hours away doesn't even have any anti-venom. Thank you, Nell, for gifting Wolvulus. Appreciate that, Nell. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. We're now more than 10% of the way to our sub goal for the week. I don't know if we're gonna make it this week. We've got today and tomorrow. We're more than halfway through our week, and it was kind of an ambitious sub goal. Let's see. And will universities contribute towards their students participating? What do you mean, Polyot? Like, will they provide funding? Almost never, in my experience. In fact, one time I had a major scholarship taken away from me because I did field work during the summer. Sometimes universities don't like it when you do field work. But yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And yeah, Petrodactylus, it was they found out that I wasn't going home for the summer because I was out of state. I had a scholarship that they basically have in order to keep you from getting in-state tuition. It was called the Western Undergraduate Exchange, or WUI scholarship. If you get really good test scores, then they would try and entice you to come to the university with that scholarship. And they say, well, we'll give you in-state tuition plus 50%. So, like, you're only paying 150% of in-state tuition with this scholarship. I didn't realize, it was there in the fine print, that if you stay in the state over the summer and they find out about it, they'll rescind your scholarship. They'll take it away. And so that's what happened to me. Since I stayed in state to do field work during the summer and they knew about that, they said, oh, he's staying in state. He's trying to get in-state tuition. We can't have that. And they took it away. So yeah. Yeah. That was not fun. And Polyat says, that's sad. You'd think they would try and encourage that rather than expect a student on low or no income to figure it out themselves. You would hope so. You know, you'd hope that they'd do that, but nope. It's not what Montana State did, at least. Shoot, at one point, before I left for the field, we were told that we would be leaving for the field in, I think it was the beginning of June. So I had to find a place to stay. Like, in town before we left for the field season. And then our departure date got pushed back, and I didn't have a place to go. For a while, I was like riding the bus at night and then sleeping during the day in the library. Because I just didn't have any other place to go for a while. I did that for about a week and a half, I think. Not fun. The dormitories are empty during much of the school year, or during much of the summer. And so I approached the school administration and I said, hey, how much would it be for me to just stay in a dorm room until I can leave for field work, you know? I'm gonna be volunteering on a field crew at the museum, like collecting fossils for the museum and the university. You know, can we work out a deal? Discounted rate, something like that? For 1 week of staying in a dorm, they wanted to charge me $960. And for that, you get a key, you get a towel, end of list. You had to return the key and the towel, obviously. And they also would shut off the power at night to try and save money. So it's like infinitely worse than staying in a hotel. And it came out to what, like $120 a day or something like that? Yeah. That's how they charge students. Exactly, Peppercat, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Don't even get a private bathroom. No. I don't even get electricity at night. Yeah. At that point, build a burrow. I thought about it, Dr. Tara. Anyway, shoot, let's get into fossil news. We're 2 hours and 18 minutes into the stream, according to OBS here. We haven't even talked about any fossil news. Alexander Morrison, we were going to talk about that crocodilomorph paper here. I hope you're still here. Let's talk about that, shall we? And are we going to finish that video today? We might, Shoe Bandit. We'll see if we have time. Yeah. Alexander Morris says, let's get to the croc material, son. All right, we'll do it. Yeah, this just came out a few days ago. Ancestors of today's crocodilians survived 2 mass extinction events. Study uncovers secrets to their longevity. And this is from the University of Utah. In Salt Lake. Nice. Yeah. Another croc news. Yeah, I saw that too, Dr. Taro. We might cover that later. But here is a little mammal here about to get wrecked by this, this is a Notasuchian, I think? Hemiprotosuchus? Prepares to devour the early mammal relative Chalaminea mustiloides. Should have been paying attention. You know? Getting too distracted eating worms there. Some croc food. So, our press release here starts. Most people think of crocodilians as living fossils. Stubbornly unchanged, prehistoric relics that have ruled the world's swampiest corners for millions of years. But their evolutionary history tells a different story, according to new research led by the University of Central Oklahoma and the University of Utah. So crocodilians, these are modern crocs, are surviving members of a 230 million year lineage called crocodilomorphs, a group that includes living crocodilians, crocs, gators, gharials, and their many extinct relatives. Crocodilian ancestors, so crocodilomorphs, persisted through 2 mass extinction events, a feat requiring evolutionary agility to adapt to a rapidly changing world. The study's authors discovered that one secret to crocodilian longevity is their remarkably flexible lifestyles, both in what they eat and the habitat in which they get it. Lots of groups closely related to crocodilians were more diverse, more abundant, and exhibited different ecologies, yet they all disappeared except those few generalist crocodilians alive today, said Keegan Melstrom, lead author and assistant professor at UCO in Oklahoma, who began the research as a doctoral student at the university. Extinction and survivorship are 2 sides of the same coin. We were talking about this last week in St. George. Through all mass extinctions, some groups managed to persist and diversify. What can we learn by studying the deeper evolutionary patterns imparted by these events? It's a good question. Earth has experienced 5 mass extinctions in its history. It's more depending on who you ask, but the definition of mass extinction is kind of loosey-goosey. Experts argue that we're living through a 6th, driven by habitat destruction, invasive species, and changing climates. Identifying traits that boost survivorship during planetary upheaval may help scientists and conservationists better protect vulnerable species today. So again, that's why this stuff is so important. If we want to figure out how to prevent species from going extinct now, including our own species, it'll pay to understand what drives extinction events, you know? So historically, the field has regarded mammals as the poster children for understanding mass extinction survival, lauding their generalist diet and ability to thrive in different ecological niches. Despite their resilience, researchers largely ignored the crocodilomorph clade, and this is kind of funny to me because mammals almost went extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period. Here's a neat little graphic. This paper's still not published, but I'm hoping it will be sometime soon. This shows extinction rates for different groups of organisms at the end of the Cretaceous period. This is the extinction event that wiped out all of the dinosaurs, except for birds, although 94% of bird species also went extinct. So birds also almost died out completely. Only about 6% of bird species, according to this chart, survived. It's 90% of mammals that died out too. Only 10% survivorship for the mammals at the end of the Cretaceous. Mammals also almost completely wiped out. Nuts. So anyway, compare that to the crocs and the unrelated but morphologically similar champsosaurs. Only 20% of them died out. Crocs did a lot better than the mammals. So mammals should not be poster children for extinction survival. Crocs are a much better example of resilience, of survival during major extinction events like that. Oh yeah. It's cool. Murph says 1, hide in water. 2, eat passersby. Yes. That's what crocs and champsosaurs do, or did. Champsosaurs are now extinct. But it's good strategy if you're going to survive an asteroid impact and all the ensuing ecological devastation thereafter. Yeah. And what about plants? How much were approximately wiped out? Scrap metal dragon? I think it's something like 70% of plant species died out too. Here, I'll see if I can find us a clip about that real quick. The day the Mesozoic died. Here we go. Do we have a transcript? Yes. All right. Plants. Here we go.
Crack open some rocks, and you'll find the leaves of plants and trees that flourished here over 65 million years ago.
There it is. Look at that.
You can even tell what insects ate them.
Holy cow.
And see, there's 2 different kinds of insect damage on this leaf as well. There's sort of a hole feeding within the leaf, and there's a margin feeding on the edge.
So by studying those fossil plants,
Take
looking
a
at them
close
below
look
the
at
boundary
ground,
and above,
and you can pick up fossils of small animals that thrived in lakes, rivers, and forests.
you can figure out
in my hand,
who
I've got evidence
disappears
of a
at the extinction
turtle,
event and who
fish,
survives.
crocodile, fish, and mammal. So,
And then there were the dinosaurs.
Yeah.
The challenge, connecting their fate to the KT boundary. The clues, their fossilized remains. Without light, anything dependent on photosynthesis.
And all of those things were abundant enough to obliterate the sun.
So asteroid impact blocks out the sun.
Without light, anything dependent on photosynthesis, on land or in the sea, was vulnerable.
Yep.
As food chains collapsed, giant reptiles still alive died off.
Obliterate the sun, says Murph? Yes. That's long been an ambition. Of course. Anyway. Yes. Obliterate the sun.
And there may have also been a lot of sulfur blown into the atmosphere because the impact site in the Yucatan Peninsula had a lot of sulfur in it.
Yep.
And all of those things were abundant enough to obliterate the sun.
Without light.
Chris Swift says that's the type of person we need today, the subordinate, not the boss. Yeah, unfortunately, the boss there, Mr. Burns, that's essentially like the kind of person who's running our country right now. At least here in the United States. Not good. It's not good, folks.
Anything dependent on photosynthesis, on land or in the sea, was vulnerable. As food chains collapsed, giant reptiles still alive died off.
Oh, you flatter me, sketchy tracks.
The Mesozoic era, the age of dinosaurs, was over.
New kinds.
And there were other radical changes. In Kirk Johnson's Denver lab, you can see what happened to plant life.
Here we go.
Samples taken from below the KT boundary
What happened
show
to the plants?
a high diversity of pollen grains, stained here in red.
Yep.
But above the boundary, this earlier diversity disappears, reflecting the extinction of 60% of all plant species.
Nuts. Some estimates put that as high as 80 or 85% that I've read. The point is there are a ton of plant species that went extinct at the KPG boundary. It wasn't just animals, it was plants too. It was truly, truly devastating.
Fern spore.
And what's the best representation of the KPG event in a documentary, in your opinion? This one here, Dr. Sarah. I'll give you a link. But you're referring to like Walking with Dinosaurs or When Dinosaurs Roamed America or something like that. I don't know. That's a good question. I'd have to think about that. That's a tough one.
Where flowering plants once thrived, ferns took...
And doesn't the new Walking with Dinosaurs come out soon? It does, Polyot, yeah. If you look at my YouTube page, I've got Claire Burr edited together a wonderful little snippet with me watching the trailer live on stream and reacting to it like some sort of YouTuber. It was fun. She did a great job editing it.
Took over first.
Fern spore.
Unlike pollen, fern spores can germinate on a barren landscape, devoid of living plants.
We have a short period of time where there's only ferns. That's the fern spike.
And that's nuts. Like, ferns just take over the world for a while because they're one of those plants that's really, really good at germinating right after a catastrophe, whether it's a forest fire or a volcanic eruption or in a lava flow or something like that. Ferns are often the first things to bounce back.
But after that, there's about 1 million years of time where we have the low diversity disaster recovery flora. And after that first 1 million years, then things start to pick back up again. We start to see animals coming back into the landscape.
In this new post-impact world, the niche that dinosaurs left was waiting to be filled.
Yeah, and crocs were one of those animals that filled some of those niches initially. Yeah. And Scrap Metal Dragon says, on the topic of extinction, angiosperms were just evolving in the early Cretaceous. And grass or angiosperms, yes. Aside from ferns, was there a big floor-covering plant as grass wasn't there before? I'm not sure I understand your question, Scrap Metal Dragon. Was there a big floor-covering plant as grass wasn't there before? Ferns kind of took over, like the fern spike. After the KPG, it wouldn't be until Earth's climate changed millions of years after the extinction event that grasses start to take over. You get the grasslandification of North America in, what, the Oligocene? There is some evidence to suggest that grasses did exist in the late Cretaceous, but they were not widespread. It wasn't like grasslands. It was just little bunches of grass here and there, and they were pretty rare. I think they might only be known from pollen, actually. But, yeah. So you had the KPG extinction at the end of the Cretaceous. The Paleogene starts... It's not till the Oligocene that grasses really become common on the landscape, as I understand it. You get grasslands during the Oligocene, after the climate cools. Now, somebody was asking as well about when did the Champsosaurs die out and why? So Champsosaurs, they survived the end Cretaceous extinction event, and they may have been in decline through the Paleocene and the Eocene, maybe, but they go extinct at the end of the Eocene, and that might be due to climate change. Earth's climate cools, it dries out, and so Champsosaurs may have lost a lot of their habitat, and maybe that forced them into greater competition with true crocs, and the crocs outcompeted them potentially. We don't really know, but we know that Champsosaurs are these guys. They look like crocs, they're not crocs. They're like these weird kind of lizardy guys, Charistodiers. So even though it looks like a croc, it ain't a croc. These are not crocodiles. They survived that big extinction event at the end of the Cretaceous here, and they're around for the Paleocene and the Eocene, and then gone after that. Kind of strange, honestly. But yeah. 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 And Charlie's Dragon says the ground seems to have been covered by ferns during the time of the dinosaurs. Yeah, you would have had, we don't really have this kind of ecosystem today, but like fern prairies, there's some angiosperms in there too. This is the end of the Cretaceous. Yeah. We didn't have grasslands, but there were ferns, there were horsetails, club mosses, and spike mosses. Really interesting kind of environment. Almost difficult to imagine. We don't have anything like this today. Except maybe in like redwood forest, but like ferns out in the sun. There's a lovely representation. Oh, this is gorgeous. Like this. Yeah. Yeah. Those were your kind of ground cover plants at the time, it seems. Yeah. And Gravity, I'm sorry you didn't get a notification, but it's good to see you, Gravity. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And so moss was big during that time? Asked Scrap Metal Dragon? To a certain extent, yeah. In wet areas. But yeah, here. I don't know if club mosses are actually mosses. I don't know if they're part of the same group. But these are club mosses. Again, club moss is just a name. Yeah, they're not... You know, let's look them up on our Tree of Life. Club mosses. Let's see if they're actually close to moss. Mosses. The bryophytes are down here. The true mosses, as I understand it. Mosses. Bryophyta. So, peat moss, star moss, and what have you. But club moss. Oh boy. Lycopodium. Here we go. So club mosses are not true mosses, I guess. Are they not? There. Club moss. Lycopodium. I wasn't paying close enough attention to see if this is part of the Bryophyta clade. It is not. No. Interesting. Yeah. Lycophytes. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Club mosses are vascular plants. Thank you, Diagonal. Yeah. You also have spike mosses, which are like Selaginella. There we go. And these might also be lycopods. Lycophytes? Yeah. Wolf spike moss. Selaginella. So many different species of Selaginella. That's nuts. That genus is enormous. How many species within Selaginella? Holy cow. How big is this clade? Nuts. 787 species. Holy cow. That's bonkers. That is incredibly speciose. Is this typical for plant genera? To have that many species in a single genus? That's gotta be a wastebasket, right? That's gotta be overlumped, I would imagine. Yeah. Yeah. Crazy. So the mosses are not mosses. What's next? That the dinosaurs are not extinct? Here you go, gravity. Yeah. Yeah, birds. Yep. Yeah. Anywho. Pteridophytes, ferns, and orchids. There you go, Diagonal. Yeah. Yeah. Here, there's a neat video about this. The plant tree of life. The map of plants. Here we go.
Because they're a little complicated. So
there we go.
Start at the beginning with the most ancient plants, algae.
Yeah.
Algae is a name used to describe a wide range of different unrelated...
Anyhow.
Let's move on to the land plants.
Yeah, land
Bryophytes
plants.
contain mosses, hornworts, and liverworts, and are a crucial part of our understanding of the evolution of plants, as they're considered to be very similar to the earliest land-dwelling organisms on Earth, which started to live on land from around 470 million years ago.
Nice. So I don't know if we'll have time to get back into that video today, but if we do, actually, we're already past the point where plants come onto land, but we were talking a bit about this yesterday. And Selaginella is not a wastebasket taxon. It's a very large clade, says Diagonal. It is closely related to Isoetes in the extinct scale tree Lepidodendron. Interesting. Okay. Nice.
Around 50 million years before animals. They lack many of the features of more modern plants like flowers or vascular tissues, which are the parts of plants that transport water and nutrients, like sugars, around the plant. But they do have root-like structures called rhizoids. Bryophytes typically grow in moist, shady environments
so these
because
are your
they can
true
only collect
mosses
water and nutrients directly through their cells. They love soaking up any water around. Some mosses can absorb 20 times their weight in water.
Wow.
They also tend to be small.
I feel like I can do that on a really hot day, though. I can drink 20 times my weight in water.
Typically around 3 to 6 centimeters in height, because they don't have the rigidity and structure.
And Diagonal says, I really dislike this video for false clades they make that are not accepted. Well, shoot. Well, then I don't like it either, Diagonal. Diagonal's a resident fossil plant expert here, ancient plant expert. That's good to know that that video might be out of date. Huh. Cool. Yeah. Oh, and I was reacting to 4 different... Oh, no worries, Tommy. Yeah. No, sometimes the auto mod will catch words like that. If it's anything close to a swear word or a mild oath or a cuss, as people would say, then the auto mod will speak out and, you know. Let's get back to our crocs here, shall we? See, historically, the field has regarded mammals as the poster children for understanding mass extinction survival. No, not mammals. Crocs are, you should think of them as the poster children for surviving mass extinction. The paper published in the journal Paleontology is the first to reconstruct the dietary ecology of crocodilomorphs to identify characteristics that helped some groups persist and thrive through 2 mass extinctions. The end Triassic, which we've been talking about recently. The work we were doing in St. George is just after the end of Triassic extinction, the beginning of the Jurassic, about 201.4 million years ago. And then the end Cretaceous, the one we were just talking about with the asteroid strike, 66 million years ago. There's a danger of trying to draw conclusions from millions of years ago and directly apply it to conservation. We have to be cautious, said co-author Randy Ermis, who I think was down there in St. George a couple weeks ago. Curator of Paleontology at the Natural History Museum of Utah in Salt Lake City, and professor in the U's Department of Geology and Geophysics. The University of Utah is often referred to as the U. Locally, at least. People call it the U. If people study mammals and reptiles and find the same patterns with respect to extinction survival, then we might predict that species with a generalist diet may do better. That information helps us make predictions, but it's unlikely we'll ever be able to pick out which individual species will survive. Living crocodilians are famous for being semi-aquatic generalists that thrive in environments like lakes, rivers, or marshes, waiting to ambush unsuspecting prey. Picky eaters, they are not. In fact, I believe we've got footage of that, don't we? Let's see. Yeah, how do modern crocodilians catch their prey? Both birds and gators are, they're both archosaurs. So today they're each other's closest living relatives. On our planet today, birds and crocs are sister groups. They are each other's closest relatives in this clade called Archosauria. Dinosaurs are right here. Birds are a kind of dinosaur. This tree doesn't really show extinct groups, but if it did, dinosaurs would be right here. If you're trying to find an in-between, yeah, if you're trying to find an in-between with these critters, what would that look like? Try to imagine it. Something that's a cross between a bird and a croc? Well, picture this. Makes sense, right? Yeah. No, not Crocoduck. Otter do it. No. Don't get me started on that. But, yeah. You see it? Chai Guy, it's true. The moon does exist. Thanks for your follow. Welcome, welcome. He yanked that away with the string, and he wasn't fast enough. That gator was too quick. Again, watch. it'll probably swallow that down. Hopefully that alligator was okay after that. I remember watching this as a kid being like, did it really just swallow an indigestible toy? Maybe it'll swallow... This is from Allosaurus, The Ballad of Big Al, a Walking with Dinosaurs special. Here's the link if you want to watch the whole thing. But yeah. And what's it made of? Probably cotton. Maybe polyester circles. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And good chance it will be good. Croxtamic acid is one of the most potent. Nice. Well, yeah, they're digesting bones and stuff, so hopefully it's okay. It's not going to get a lot of calories out of that. Anywho, birds and crocs, they're both archosaurs. So, a penguin is a relative of a crocodile. A penguin's a bird, a croc is a crocodilian. These are both archosaurs. So that means a croc is more closely related to a penguin than it is to a lizard or a turtle. That might seem pretty wild. That might seem kind of crazy. But we know this from the fossil record. We know this from the animal's morphology. We know this from their DNA. A rockhopper penguin is closer to a Nile crocodile morphologically, phylogenetically, in terms of its DNA too, genetically, than the crocodile is to a lizard or something like that. And that makes sense when you start to think about what's the in-between morphology. Dinosaurs, you can kind of see it at a glance. But yeah. And Excited says, where do turtles fall? I'm still confused because I thought it's still disputed. It is still kind of disputed. There's no 100% consensus on where turtles fall yet, but it's thought they're just outside of this group. So on this tree, for instance, turtles are right here. So turtles would be part of Archaeolosauria. So they're not quite archosaurs, but they're close. So a bird and a croc would be more closely related to a turtle than they would be to a lizard, for instance. To get to lizards, you gotta go over here to the Lepidosaurs. Does that make sense? Yeah. Well, there you go, Alexander Morrison, yeah. Although this is still controversial. Not everybody agrees that this is the case, but there does seem to be a growing consensus that this is where turtles are on the tree. Turtles are just so different that they're tricky. They're tricky to classify. They're tricky to place on the family tree. Turtles are just weird. They really are, Charlie's right. Yeah. Yeah. And I like that diagonal. A similar story in plants. The lotus is more closely related to Proteus and sycamore trees than it is to water lilies. Which is nuts. Yeah. Even though they look similar. Looks can be deceiving. Yeah. Yeah, like when turtles are still believed to be anapsids. Yeah, because they lost all of those fenestrae in their skulls. Those, yeah. There used to be an idea. That you could classify living things largely based on the number of holes that they have in the back of their skull. So anapsids, synapsids, diapsids. So anapsids, they're on the left. They don't have any postorbital fenestrae. Synapsids have 1, diapsids have 2. Diapsid 2. That makes sense. But yeah, as it turns out,
Soul really wants ukulele with those 5
it doesn't
gift
really
subs.
work. Kindred Soul, thank you for the 5 gift subs there. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. There are 5 lucky chatters who won't have to watch any ads next month. Thank you, Kindred Soul. I appreciate that very much. And getting us a little bit closer to our sub goal for the week. I don't know if we're going to make it, but getting us closer, and I appreciate that. Thanks Thanks for your support. Yeah, and turtles do have a really weird, interesting head shape. Anywho, let's get back to crocs. I keep getting distracted here. So many good questions. So yeah, picky eaters, crocs are not, hence that video that we watched. Young ones will snack on anything from tadpoles, insects, or crustaceans before graduating to bigger fare, such as fish, baby deer, even fellow crocs. Yet the uniform lifestyle of today's crocodilians masks a massive diversity of dietary ecologies in which past crocodilomorphs thrived. During the late Triassic period, Pseudotsuchia, a broader evolutionary group that includes early crocodilomorphs and many other extinct lineages, ruled the land. The earliest crocodilomorphs were small to medium-sized creatures that were rare in their ecosystems and were carnivores that mostly ate small animals. In contrast, other Pseudotsuchian groups dominated on land, occupying a wide range of ecological roles and exhibiting a dizzying diversity of body shapes and sizes. Despite their dominance, once the end Triassic extinction hit, no non-crocodilomorph Pseudotsuchians survived. So beforehand, you had all these critters like
Sketchy Tracks gifted a tier 1 sub to Kindred_Soul.
And thank you, Sketchy Tracks, for gifting Kindred Soul.
The work of vertebrate paleontologists.
And thank you, Dino41917. Sounds like you're in the right place. Thanks for the follow. Good stuff. And you love turtles and crocs? That's awesome, Kindred Soul. I'm glad we're talking about this. Yeah, critters like Postasuchus here, these guys died out at the end of the Triassic. Although it is thought that they're pretty close to the origin of the true crocodilomorphs. True crocodilians, rather. Yeah. This is really funny in that, like, you've got such a beautiful illustration of this animal, and that, what's up with that human silhouette there? It looks so wonky. I know. And isn't Postasuchus bipedal now? Yeah, it is thought to be bipedal, like you see here. Yeah. Potentially like this. What a weird animal, you know? Yeah. That's the type in the lie if they want to. There you go, ended then did, yeah. I need to go sleep. Excited. You go get some rest. Thanks for being here. Sweet dreams. Appreciate your enthusiasm and your questions and everything. I'll see you next time. So anywho, we had all kinds of cool, weird crocs running around doing their thing. It's hard to imagine this guy running, but yeah, especially like this. Maybe shambling around. They couldn't have been very fast, right? Their weird plantigrade stance. I don't know. Could they be semi-bipedal? Their arms are so short, though. It's really difficult to try and make these guys into any kind of quadruped. They're probably full-time bipeds, I'd imagine. Yeah. I was talking with Jeff Martz about this too, and he's like, yeah. It basically sounded that like there's no shot that these guys are quadrupedal.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Golganek, for the 100 bits. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Anywho, so whereas hyper-carnivore crocodilomorphs appeared also to die off, the terrestrial generalists made it through. The authors hypothesized that this ability to eat almost anything allowed them to survive, while so many other groups went extinct. After that, it goes bananas, says Maelstrom. Aquatic hypercarnivores, terrestrial generalists, terrestrial hypercarnivores, terrestrial herbivores. Crocodilomorphs evolved a massive number of ecological roles throughout the time of the dinosaurs. And it really is nuts what these guys are able to do. You had marine crocs, like the Matriarhynchids. They are going after a coelacanth. Fully aquatic. Presumably these guys gave birth to live young in the water, like whales do. These guys are probably not laying their eggs up on the beach like a sea turtle. we think they're probably giving birth to live young in the sea. On land, you had all different kinds of weirdo crocodilomorph. Even things like Simasuchus. Yeah.
African mainland to be found elsewhere.
Here we go. Look at this croc. Pretty scary, right?
This is Simasuchus. It's not a dinosaur, but a miniature
monster, Elasmosaurus.
To Sluter, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here.
It's not a dinosaur, but a miniature relative of crocodiles.
Yep.
One that lives almost entirely on land and is strictly vegetarian.
Yep. Veggie croc.
Simasuchus have tough armored bodies which protect them from attack by the island's predators.
Petrodactylus says, I want one. You will even more after this. It's a really cool depiction. They give them a lot of personality in this.
So they can risk dropping their guard. Sometimes.
Uh-oh. Still.
Majungasaurus.
Yeah. I've got a skull of one of these guys right over here, by the way. There. Oof, there we go. Majungasaurus. Right here. Yeah. 3D print of a Majungasaurus skull. Life size, by the way. This is Madagascar's premier carnivorous dinosaur. Salesperson. But yeah. Yeah. Majungasaurus.
Majungasaurus. Madagascar's top hunter. This particular female is blind in one eye, so she finds it hard to make a kill. And she's now very hungry.
Watch out, little Simasuchus. That's an interesting point. Huh.
The Simasuchus have a network of escape routes that lead them to their underground burrows. Once inside, they block the entrance with their heavily armored backs.
Watch out.
This little male is unlucky. But he's not helpless. Reverse charges, tailed swipes, and aggressive kicks. The hunter's snout is too broad to reach very far inside. But Just to be on the safe side, the Simosuchus digs even deeper.
Good luck next time, Majungasaurus.
For the Majungasaurus, yet another hunt has ended in failure.
Anywho, Simosuchus. What a cool little critter. And it's a good example of the diversity of crocodilomorphs during the Mesozoic. I remember talking with my undergrad advisor about crocodilomorphs. He's like, yeah, they're remarkable in their morphological diversity. He's like, after a major extinction event, if you had a bunch of other groups get wiped out, you know, he's like, you could get swimming crocs again. You could get land running crocs. He's like, shoot, if birds and bats went extinct, you'd probably have flying crocs within 20 million years. It's an interesting thought, you know? Anywho, so after that it goes bananas this month from aquatic hypercarnivores, terrestrial generalists, terrestrial hypercarnivores, terrestrial herbivores, like Simosuchus. Crocodilomorphs evolved a massive number of ecological roles throughout the time of the dinosaurs. Something happened during the late Cretaceous period that set crocodilomorphs on a decline. The lineages specialized for diverse ecologies began to disappear, even the terrestrial generalists. By the end Cretaceous mass extinction event, punctuated by the meteor or asteroid that killed the non-avian dinosaurs, most of the survivors are semi-aquatic generalists and a group of aquatic carnivores. Today's 26 species of living crocodilians are nearly all semi-aquatic generalists. The gharials, I think, are probably the exception. They're like fish specialists. Gharials are not going to be eating birds or mammals coming close to the shore. They're pretty much only eating fish. Beyond the smile of a crocodile, how do scientists parse the food on a multi-million-year-old menus? How do you figure out what these animals were eating? They analyzed the shape of fossilized teeth and skulls to glean the basics of an animal's diet. A jaw stacked with tiny knives was likely slicing and puncturing flesh. A mortar and pestle-like grill probably broke down plant tissue, however. Skull shape dictates how an animal moves its mouth, providing a clue to its eating habits. Deciphering ancient animal diets reveals where it would have hunted, which the authors called dietary ecology. It was a massive undertaking. The authors visited zoological and paleontological museum collections across 7 countries and 4 continents to get the fossil specimens they needed. They examined the skulls of 99 extinct crocodilomorph species and 20 living crocodile species, creating a fossil data set spanning 230 million years of evolutionary history. The researchers had previously built a database of living non-crocodilians to compare with, including 89 mammals and 47 lizard species. The specimens represented a range of dietary ecologies, from strict carnivores to obligate herbivores, and a wide variety of skull shapes. So the reason why they're looking at modern animals, both crocs and mammals and other reptiles, crocs and other reptiles and mammals, I should say, is because if you're trying to use modern animals as an analogy for extinct animals, you got to know what those modern animals are eating, and that information is available. A lot of these modern critters, we know exactly what they're eating. We know what their ecology is. We know what their dietary preferences are. So we can use them as a key for figuring out those extinct critters whose behavior we can't directly observe. So if we see a tooth shape or a morphology of the skull in a modern animal, and we know what that's for, we can apply some of that knowledge to the extinct critters who are still a mystery, you know? So as semi-aquatic ambush predators, today's crocodilians mostly occupy similar ecological roles in a lot of different environments. They do continue to have remarkably flexible diets, perhaps a remnant of their deeply diverse evolutionary past. For critically endangered crocodilians, like the gharial of the Himalayan foothills, the gharial, we'll find them on our Tree of Life here. There we go. common name is fish-eating crocodile on this tree. And they are endangered. See how red that is? But, fish-eating crocodile. Gavialis gangeticus. And hang on, what's this? Sponsored by Danny Anduza, Paleontologizing on Twitch. This was a gift from some of the moderators, including Lenina. Thank you, thank you. I love this. Appreciate it. For critically endangered crocodilians like the gharial of the Himalayan foothills or the Cuban crocodile of the country's Zapata swamp, dietary flexibility may give them a chance to persist through our current 6th mass extinction. The biggest challenges facing these species are habitat loss and human hunting. When we see living crocodiles and alligators, rather than thinking of ferocious beasts or expensive handbags, oh, who thinks of handbags? That's awful. I hope people appreciate their amazing 200+ million years of evolution and how they've survived so many tumultuous events in Earth history, said Hermes. Crocodilians are equipped to survive many future changes if we're willing to help preserve their habitats. That's beautiful. Here's a link to that press article here. And then here's the paper. For a while, crocodilomorph resilience to mass extinctions. I like that. I like that title. No, I thought we had access to this. It's paywalled. Shoot. Oh well. Yeah. That's really disappointing. Yeah. Oh well. That's unfortunate. But okay, I guess that's the end of that story. It's fun to talk about crocs, though. They're one of my favorite groups of animals alive today. They're pretty neat. Yeah. Check my email real quick and see if excellent. I emailed Reiko to see if he could send me a paper earlier on our new Rebbachisaur and sauropod. We've got it, which is awesome. Nice. Anyway, yeah. Reiko's great. Yes, Lydia, absolutely. Yeah. And Action Stack says, I recall all science papers being free about 40 years ago. Did this change? Well, that was before the internet, Action Stack. They weren't free. Back at the time, scientific papers were distributed via hard copies, like hard copies of journals, journal volumes. And you had to pay for those. Usually it was universities who would pay for that, like many universities pay for journal access today. Yeah. I'm still working on getting university library access. It's taken way longer than it should, honestly, through Berkeley, but yeah. Anywho, yeah. Don't get me started on kind of predatory practices of a lot of journals. It's not great. For-profit journals, closed, non-open access journals, paywalled journals. They get their content for free from scientists. That work was paid for often by the general public through taxes. So they get the product for free, and then they turn around and charge everybody for it, including the scientists who provided it to them for free. It's bonkers. Anyway. And check your texts. I did just hear a text here, Ken. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Ken. You just sent me a copy of it? Oh, I appreciate that, Ken. We'll look at this briefly. Great. Good. We will get to access this, thanks to Ken here. Thank you, Ken. Excellent. Yeah. For a while, crocodilomorph resilience to mass extinction.
Canary has a new sound for their poor listeners.
Mick Canary. MC Canary. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing, MC Canary and Raiders? Hope you had a great stream. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. But with that title, I could not let us go over it. Thank you, Ken. Good stuff. Crocodilomorphs are the sole survivors of the Pseudotsuchian clade and have endured 2 mass extinctions. Maybe 3 if the end Jurassic gets upgraded to a mass extinction. And the middle Cretaceous. Yeah. I don't know how likely that is. Despite being stereotyped as living fossils, the characteristics that facilitated their survival remain largely unknown. But trends in other clades, such as mammals, suggest that dietary ecology may play a key role in surviving mass extinctions. So here they were looking at... Holy cow, look at these really different skull morphologies. Short snout, long snout. Look at how short the snout is here. It's like a snub nose. It's a 38 special croc right here. Okay, interesting. So here's a flowchart illustrating how ecology was reconstructed using separate lines of evidence for this study. Geometric and linear morphometrics were used to determine dietary ecology. Okay, so they're looking at the shapes of the skulls here and various features on them to try and figure out the dietary ecology. What are these animals eating? It utilized categories that could be compared to previous research, such as orientation, patch count rotated, stomach contents, and dental histology. So there's various other kinds of tests that you can run to try and figure out what these guys are eating. Using these dietary categories, ecology was separated into generalist or specialist strategies, which permitted testing using Fisher's exact test. That's not Fisher-McDermott, that's a different Fisher, it's spelled differently. Finally, these data were combined with habitat preferences to visualize how ecology has changed through time. Habitat is based on Wilberg et al. Data from 2019. Okay, cool. Nice. Very nice. Very cool. So, results. Extinct crocodilomorphs occupy a large range of morphospace and, aside from a few exceptions, follow and expand the general morphospace occupied by living crocodilians. This expansion occurs in nearly every direction of morphospace, but especially noteworthy the shortening of the snout, which results in a small number of taxa from a variety of clades plotting within Lepidosaur morphospace. So they almost look lizardy in their skull morphology, which is interesting. So here you've got a scatter plot showing where these different morphologies fall out here. Carnivores, insectivores, omnivores, herbivores. Our modern ones, and then there's the fossil ones here. Huh. Cool. Interesting. So all of our living crocs all kind of plot out right here. And the fossil ones are partly within this, but then partly outside of it, too. Some of them actually group with, like, the morphology of different mammal skulls, which is interesting. Or lizards. And tuatara, lepidosaurs. Huh. Very cool. A lot of this is going over my head because I don't know a whole lot about linear or general morphometrics.
Here's something stranger than science fiction.
Big Head Joel, thank you for the follow.
Fact.
Welcome, welcome. This is neat stuff. Very kind of numbers forward paper here. Kind of outside my realm of expertise, but it's neat to see. Cool stuff. Very cool stuff. Huh. This channel looks like it rules. Hey, thanks, Big Head Joel. It's good to have you here. Appreciate the kind words. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name's Danny. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. We're looking at some newly published papers in fossil science today. Let me know if you got any questions. It's good to have you here.
Prehistoric horrors. What's all this archaic anatomy?
Ferment Achaia. Fermentachia. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Good stuff. This is neat. So if you're interested in Crocs...
Sketchy Tracks is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Holy moly, Sketchy Tracks. Thank you for those 10 gift subs. 10 people in the chat. Won't have to worry about any ads for the next month now. Appreciate that very much, and I know they do too. Thank you for your support. And look at this Tinamou bird. Look how excited this bird is over your generosity there.
Get out of there, it's gonna blow.
Oh, shoot.
Tradoon.
I feel like that keeps happening. We'll fix that later. Sketchy Tracks, thank you for the 10 gift subs. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Kindred underscore soul is overloading
and
the
Kindred
system
Soul,
with 10
thank you for the 10 gift subs. Look at that. An additional 10 chatters. No ads. 30 days. That's 300 days total of ad-free viewing. And again, very excited Tinamou bird.
Get out of there, it's gonna
Oh, shoot.
Tradoon.
Appreciate that, Kindred Soul. Don't worry about that bird. He'll be fine. Juggling Grenades. What a great name. They got a gift sub there. Thank you, Sketchy Tracks and Kindred Soul. Appreciate you both. Yeah. Good stuff. Anywho. Excellent. And I think this might be the kicker for the paper. Here, we propose that the ecological role of terrestrial generalist, largely occupying the morphological range between living crocs and mammals, was critical in the early evolution of Crocodilomorpha, allowing for the rapid recovery and diversification into new clades and ecologies following the ETE, that's the end Triassic extinction. So basically, the ability to just eat whatever, to be unspecialized, to not be picky, that's what allowed these critters to survive and thrive when so many other species on our planet were going extinct. When the majority of living things were dying out, these guys were sitting pretty because they could eat whatever. It's a lesson to be learned there, maybe. A small body size and flexible diet permitted the acquisition of a variety of resources. So being small, not being picky, you get by. An especially important trait in an unstable environment. Despite persisting through most of the Mesozoic, this ecological role appears to vanish by the late Cretaceous. The loss of this ecology may have constrained the response to the end Cretaceous mass extinction, where terrestrial generalist mammals preferentially survived, recovered, and diversified following this event. Interesting. Yeah. But However, the minor radiation of semi-aquatic and aquatic taxa during the Paleocene is noteworthy, especially those taxa that continue to push the bounds of crocodilomorph morphospace. Thus, we suggest that the patterns of selectivity observed in mammals and invertebrates across mass extinctions can also be applied to saurians. Saurians are reptiles like crocs and dinosaurs. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Ken, is it okay if I share this link with the chat, or is this... That might not work. I guess you texted it to me, so there might be a special gift link or something. But, pretty neat. Yeah. Thank you again, Ken, for sending the paper. It's always nice to look at the original literature, not just a press release, but the actual scientific paper, you know? Most folks can go their whole lives without ever actually, I think it's just a PDF? Oh, you said it as an attachment. Gotcha. Thank you, Ken. I didn't realize. I just clicked the link. Appreciate it, Ken. Most people on our planet might go their entire lives without ever actually, like, seeing a scientific paper. I hope that doesn't sound snooty, but it's like, you hear about scientific papers all the time. On the news or whatever, you know. Drive time radio, morning zoo, whatever they go. Well, you know, Dave, there's a new paper. Scientists are saying that coffee can actually reduce your risk of cancer. So keep on drinking that brew or whatever. Like, oh yeah, good day, Steve. You hear about scientific studies all the time like that. But most people never actually, like, see one. There's one there. I think it's really important, somebody who does science communication full-time, I want to show you the science straight from the science horse's mouth, so to speak. So there it is, unvarnished, hopefully without too much editorializing. That's a scientific paper. I think it's important for people to see this, to have that kind of connection, you know? Here it is, straight from the source. So yeah. Dora Zen says the media also misrepresents papers about 95% of the time. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Homie07 says, went through the desert on a horse named Science. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yes, indeed. It makes it hard to get reliable info. Yeah, Zimius. It's nice to... It's nice to get things straight from the science horse's mouth. And Gal Rock says, reading papers in a field you're interested in then hits very differently from reading some random study about coffee. That's true, too. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And this is just 2 chords? That's awesome, homie. I should learn this on the uke. Ukulele chords. This has got 4 chords, but that's okay. I already know all these, I think. Oh no, E minor 9? That's weird. Huh. Yeah. Easiest ukulele song.
Walk you through the different parts of the song. Down, index, down, up, down.
Okay. I could totally rewrite the lyrics to this.
Was fly with the buzz and sky with no clouds.
Yeah.
The heat was hot and the ground was dry.
Anyhow. And it makes it hard to get reliable info. Hundreds of hours of searches. Yeah, that's...
coffee. Here we go. I've been through the desert on a horse with no name.
On a horse called science.
Feels good to be out of the rain.
I don't know. I strive to make this channel here, make these live streams a source of good scientific information. That's reliable, accurate. That's why we actually look at the real papers whenever we get the chance. That's why I like to talk to other scientists on stream, interviewing other paleontologists, whether it's remote via Zoom or whether it's in the field in person. I want this to be an inside peek into how fossil science works and what it's all about. That's why I'm here. And I'm deeply grateful to everybody who helps make that possible.
Protect our fossils, because
like you.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
Tiptoeing Tulip, thank you for the prime there. Really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Holy cow. I know that might not cost you anything, a Prime sub that comes with your Amazon Prime thing monthly, but it makes a difference here. Thank you for that. Thanks for, and I know you only get one of those per month, so thank you, Tiptoeing Tulip. Thanks for spending your Prime here. I really appreciate it. That it makes a difference. And I appreciate it. I do this full time. This is how I make my living, believe it or not. This is how I'm able to feed myself and fund my research and fieldwork and everything else. So you're, in using that Amazon Prime sub, Tiptoeing Tulip, you're contributing to science in a small way, but a way that makes a difference. I appreciate it. Yeah. Wait, you don't clone dinosaurs for money? I wish, Lays Ford. No. But yeah. Go to bed, have a great rest of the stream. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. You sleep well. Sweet dreams. Thanks for modding and contributing everything that you do, Charlie's Dragon. Appreciate you. Yeah. Anywho. Let's dive into another scientific paper here. Speaking of getting things straight from the source, old Papa Jim Kirkland, has been talking about this for months, since like before last summer, and it's now out. Really excited here. Jim Kirkland, Ryan King, and Kevin Byland, they're working on the Mancos group. So this is, how to explain the Mancos? Let's look at a paleo map, paleo globe. There we go. 90 million years ago, this is what our Earth would have looked like, roughly speaking. Those lines there were not present. These are denoting the boundaries of modern countries. But here's North America. This is relevant to what we're talking about here, the Mancos group. So, the Mancos group is a series of rocks from the late Cretaceous of North America, from Utah in particular. So this is actually when the Western Interior Sea right here, this seaway that kind of cut North America in two, this is when it was even wider than this, where much of Utah was underwater. Utah being right here, basically. Those lines are a little wonky, but yeah. This is when the seaway was even wider, and it had covered much of Utah. So the Mancos group is an Upper Cenomanian to Middle Campanian lithostratigraphic unit that records large-scale changes in sedimentation patterns associated with the incursion of the Western Interior Sea across western Colorado and into central Utah. Again, when the seaway was even wider, covering Colorado and Utah. understanding the stratigraphic relationships in this unit, so understanding the different rock layers and what times they represent and what's going on there, is of critical scientific importance to understanding marine stratigraphic sequences across the globe. So in understanding these rocks from the bottom of this ancient sea, you can start to understand similar situations recorded in the rocks around the planet. So this field trip, which is going to take place in mid to late May, focuses on synonymizing units into consistent lithostratigraphic packages in this framework of biostratigraphy and currently available geochronology. So basically, they're getting a bunch of experts together who work on the Mancos group, who work on these rocks and the different critters whose fossils you find in those rocks. Getting all these experts together, be like, let's talk about this. Let's bounce ideas off each other. Let's try and figure out how these rocks actually line up. What's the story here? That's what this part of the Regional Geological Society of America conference is being held in Provo, Utah in May. That's what this is about, and Jim is helping lead a field trip for that. Field trip stops emphasize the hierarchical division of each Mancos unit, the information present or absent from correlation, and fossil occurrences and how they relate to paleo environment and index fauna, as well as disparate sedimentological characteristics. So this is freely available here. There's the link right there. Hooray for open access here. Jim has been working on this for like well over a year at this point. And here it is. So, geology of the Intermountain West. Here's Utah, and there's Cretaceous outcrop. So from the last period in the age of dinosaurs. The Cretaceous, everything in green is Cretaceous age rock. And this is really cool. You could use this almost as like a field guide to these rocks in this part of the world. So here we have a stratigraphic column here showing these different members of the Mancos group, including different formations, the Natarita Formation, the Juana Lopez. Jim is very fond of talking about the Juana Lopez. I like to point it out. There's the Juana Lopez. The Mesa Verde group. Yeah. So different rock layers, showcasing different conditions on Earth at the time. This is like pages of a book. It tells a story about what was going on our planet back then. And who's our cast of characters? Where's the fossils here? Let's see.
Myosaurs always ate their vegetables.
Teddy's Bear, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. There we go. Various satellite maps here, or satellite pictures. The outcrop. Where's our fossils? So here's just a description of the different rock units. We'll see some of these fossils here. They got to be figured, right? There we go. There's a few right there. Got these ancient bivalves. Buroceras clidens. The genus and species for these guys, presumably. Right here, B. Yeah. No, these are Inoceramus flavus. Okay. E right here is Mytyloides cosmati, actually. Genus and species for that kind of bivalve. Little clammy guys. Nope, we got more fossils here. Very nice. So these are what we call index fossils. And I actually have some of these. Let me go grab one. Yeah, this is great. I was just cleaning this part of my office today. And I've got one of these little guys right here. I collected this with Jim last summer as we were doing a brief little road trip across Utah. But this is a Cretaceous, I think bivalve here. I'm not an invertebrate paleontologist. This is outside my realm of expertise, but yeah, so this is about 100 million years old. pretty cool. I'm pretty sure that's from the Mancos. Yeah. Suavorio says, how do you guys find people who are interested in paleontology in your areas? I kept trying to find a page for my city and found nothing. If there's a local museum, that's a good place to start. You know, it's like trying to figure out where would paleo people hang out in my area. Go to your local museum if you have one and ask around. Ask the staff there. Yeah. And Lenina says, Griffia dilatata? I'm not sure actually who this is. Jim would probably know. I wish he were watching right now. I could take a picture and try and send it to him. I have a scale bar. Got a meter stick. That'll work. Yeah, there. Let me text Jim right now. Hi, Jim. I collected these inverts during that drive we did to the Mustn't Touch It. That's summer. Let's see. That stop was near the military airbase, I think. Anyway, do you know the critter's name? And age? My viewers would love to know. There we go. Cool. Okay. We'll see if Jim gets back to me. But yeah. And a museum, so I have to go into the real world. But I mean, you can also email a local museum or call them up on the telephone machine. But you know, paleontology is largely a real-world pursuit. It's heavily skewed toward IRL, so to speak. So yeah. Anywho, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, cool stuff. I do wonder who this is, and maybe Jim will get back to us. We'll see. I'm not sure if it's from the Mancos, but I suspect it probably is. Much of the marine stuff around there is Mancos. Oh, and we know her. Chat, who's that? She's here doing the platoon thing. Yeah. That's Hannah right there. Who was in the field with us in St. George. Hannah Pettyjohn. Very cool. I wonder if she knows that she's in this volume. That's cool. Any update in extension? No, we'll maybe find out tomorrow, XVR. I was talking to Andrew on the phone earlier in the stream. Nothing yet, but he's got a meeting with the city lawyers tomorrow, so we'll see. Good to see you, XVR. I hope you're doing well. Here, I bet you that locality that we stopped at, where I got these guys, that's probably... That might even be figured in here. Let's go back to July. Let's see if I can find the photos from that. Oh, we gotta talk about Krista's book, too. Because that's, you can order it now. I just ordered a copy this morning. Let's see here. So here's Jim right here, gesturing towards some outcrop. This was the site where I got that fossil. Maybe it'll help if I send Jim that photo, too. Was it there, or was it... Here's me and Jim in the car. Anyhow. So yeah, very cool. If you're interested in Utah geology, if you're interested in figuring out what these ancient marine ecosystems were like, if you want to see complex geological science unfiltered, check out this volume here. This is basically like a field guide for this big field trip that Jim is putting on at next month. Yeah. Anyway, it gives you some sense for like what there is to know about geology. It's a complex science, and there's so many things that we're still learning. But it's astonishing what we've been able to figure out so far, and just the amount of information to absorb. That's the idea I'm trying to get across right here. It's impressive. There's so much to absorb. Yeah, holy cow. Good stuff. Anyway, let's get into some more fossil news here. Before we get into our troodontids, let's talk about some of those critters that were swimming around in the Western Interior Sea. In this inland sea in the middle of North America during the late Cretaceous. mosasaurs in
Just
particular.
ask this scientician. He'll tell you that in nature.
Mobster420Z, hey, thanks for the follow. Good to have you here. These giant marine ocean-going lizards. Marine ocean-going. Redundant. These swimmy lizardy guys. These were the top predators in the oceans at the time. They're remarkable animals. I'll show you a quick little clip just to kind of set the stage here. There we go.
Nutrients driven up from the ocean floor ensure a plentiful supply of fish.
So here's plesiosaurs doing their thing.
Streamlined bodies and four powerful flippers give
Elasmosaurs.
elasmosaurs great maneuverability.
Yeah.
But their daily feeding forays make their movements predictable for an intelligent and patient hunter.
Uh-oh. Be right back. I'm gonna grab a snack myself.
Mosasaurus is an ambush predator. This enormous animal uses its huge tail to accelerate with astonishing speed.
Yeah. Nuts. Nuts. But these guys are nuts, just how...
This time, unlucky.
Just incredibly formidable hunters.
In fact, most hunts fail. But with so many elasmosaurs living here, it's not long before there is another opportunity.
Squamate, yeah. Yeah, they're straight up lizards.
Camouflaged against the dark canyon floor, the mosasaur can approach unseen, waiting for a young, inexperienced individual, the ideal victim. Mosasaurus can strike their prey with such force that the impact alone can kill. It's an attack so swift, the elasmosaur almost certainly never saw it coming.
Yeah. Wild. Dang, nature, you scary, says Cinderella. Yes. Some of the most formidable predators who have ever lived are mosasaurs. I'm sure we've got some in this volume here, the one that I showed you earlier on the Mancos. Yeah. Oh shoot, mosasaur only shows up once in this whole document? Oh. Anywho, there are mosasaurs in the Mancos, and all throughout the western interior seaway in the late Cretaceous. We've got so many different fossils of mosasaurs from places like Kansas. No, that's Nebraska. Sorry, from Kansas, from Alabama. Oddly enough, there's a ton of mosasaur fossils from there, and right here in California, there's a whole bunch Also, so many here. I'll show you. Dinosaurs and other Mesozoic reptiles of California. There's a really neat figure in here that talks about mosasaurs. Here we go. There's a mosasaur skeleton mounted there. Let's focus in. There we go. But where's that one where it shows the California map with the number of mosasaur specimens? Bingo! That's it right there. Mosasaurs found in California. Number by county. So 3 from San Diego County. Wow. 2 from up here, 2 from right there. This is what, El Dorado County, I think? I forget what county that is. 2 from here. 89 from Fresno County. That's incredible. Number of mosasaur specimens from there. 89 from Fresno County. This is from the Pinoche Hills near Fresno, California. It's nuts. There's so many from there. And I think most of those specimens are at UCMP at Berkeley. University of California Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley, California. This is where I got my start as a paleontologist. So in the collections there, got those mosasaurs. Mosasaurs in general are, it's kind of cool that they become increasingly almost whale-like as they continue to evolve. You go through the Cretaceous. They start off very lizardy. Allosaurus might not even be on the direct line to mosasaurs, but it's close. And then as you go through time, they just get more and more and more kind of marine. They become completely committed to life in the sea. From lizardy ancestors who were surely walking around on land sometimes, that's where they would have laid their eggs, to full-blown, full-time aquatic animals that never came up onto land. They gave birth to live young in the sea, just like whales. And some of them even developed fishy flukes on their tails and even a dorsal fin on their backs. It's pretty remarkable. You get that kind of body shape over time. Really cool. Mosasaurs they're just incredible. They really are. Pretty neat. Yeah. A beautiful example of evolution in action, you know? From a land-living lizard ancestor to... It's like a cross between a shark and a whale. But it's a lizard. It's a lizard. They're part of Squamata. They're part of this, this clade that includes lizards and snakes. Snakes are, strictly speaking, a kind of lizard. Come on, one zoom. It's taking forever. Goodness. Waiting. There we go. Squamata. This is really going to take a minute, isn't it? Here.
Enjoy!
Sorry about that. That's, there we go. Squamata. Come on. Really is taking its sweet time here. Let's refresh the page. Squamata is the group that includes lizards and snakes. Snakes are, strictly speaking, a kind of lizard. They evolved from a lizard ancestor, just like mosasaurs did. So snakes and mosasaurs, both squamates. They're part of, Squamata. Oh. Anywho, really cool paper here. The evolution of mosasaurid foraging behavior through the lens of stable carbon isotopes. So we were talking about diet and lifestyle in crocodilomorphs a few minutes ago. You can look at the shape of the teeth, the shapes of the jaws, the overall morphology to try and get a sense for what these animals are doing ecologically. What are they eating? What's their job in their environment? But you can also test that directly sometimes using carbon isotopes. So, there we go. Here's the paper here. Let me give you a link. This is open access, thankfully. What a squamata you, Cinderella. Exactly, yeah. The evolution of mosasaurid foraging behavior through the lens of stable carbon isotopes. So yeah, a large data set of new and previously published measurements of carbon-13 values derived from tooth enamel, 223 samples, of which 93 are new, are compiled to explore patterns of foraging area preferences, of late Cretaceous mosasaurid squamates over evolutionary timescales, from 93 million years ago to 66, when these guys went extinct because of the asteroid. Our results indicate that small-bodied halosaurines are restricted to relatively near-shore range, overlapping to the lower end of the range of plioplatycarpines and some mosasaurine taxa. So, there. Halosaurus is kind of a small mosasaur. These guys are probably living near shore, according to the isotope data that they have here. Yeah, so yeah, these guys are not big. There's a large one, for example. Makes sense that they'd be living near shore. Most moderately sized plioplatycarpines. So, like Plioplatycarpus. These guys are kind of more medium-sized. Man, that's a big tail fluke in that illustration. But you're seeing that here too. Nice. These guys are living in kind of moderate depth environments, according to the data here. Occupy a relatively narrow foraging area, and much of the near shore and proximal offshore marine foraging area for the majority of their existence. Hylosaurines, who are much bigger, things like Tylosaurus. These are your shark eaters. And they're probably eating other mosasaurs too. They got big. Things like Tylosaurus. Holy moly. They were chonkers. They exhibit greater offshore marine range than plioplatycarpines, consistent with their large body size and the robustness of their feeding apparatus. The largest Tylosaurine taxa are replaced by Mosasaurus in the late Campanian to Maastrichtian. Mosasaurus was the one that you saw just absolutely wreck that elasmosaur in the video clip I showed a few minutes ago. So the Tylosaurines are mostly replaced by Mosasaurus in the late Campanian to Maastrichtian at the very end of the Cretaceous, and the offshore foraging range. Mosasaurine taxa are found to occupy the broadest range of foraging areas, but their ranges are taxonomically segregated, consistent with adult body size and the diversity of feeding adaptations such as tooth morphology and skull architecture as seen in that subfamily. While foraging areas of multiple taxa overlap, differences are typically in tooth form, reflecting prey preference or feeding niche. Interesting. So, different shaped teeth are for different jobs, and that's consistent, I guess, with what they're seeing in the isotope data as well. Foraging area occupation by multiple taxa. So, if you've got multiple species that seem to be in the same foraging area, with similar tooth forms suggests that other factors such as body size and prey acquisition style may have allowed for the finer partitioning of resources. So, even if they seem really similar and they've got similar teeth, the fact that you've got different species with similar stuff going on tooth-wise seems to imply that maybe some of them are feeding at greater depth than others, or they're feeding on different prey, or something like that. They're doing something to partition those niches to get along and still do slightly different jobs in their ecosystem, so they're not competing directly, I guess. So deep diving and long submergence may also have contributed to the depleted signals recovered for some of the large-bodied durophages and the largest of the macrophagous apex predators. Cool. Very, very cool. Neat. Here, in order to explain what we mean by stable carbon isotopes, maybe we'll see if we can find a quick explainer video about that too. Yeah. And Terminator Pig asks, were mosasaurs cold-blooded? Probably not. At least later on in time. I think there is evidence that these guys generated their own body heat. So they were warm-blooded, so to speak. Endothermic. Which is really neat to think about. Stable carbon isotope analysis. Let's see what we can find here. Here we go. Here it is from an archaeological perspective. But a lot of this is also going to apply to fossil organisms as well, even ones from tens of millions of years ago, like mosasaurs. Dr. Michelle Alexander, Senior Lecturer in Bioarchaeology at the University of York.
So, my name is Michelle Alexander. I am a lecturer here at the University of York. I am a specialist in stable isotope analysis to understand the diet of people in the past. When you're looking at isotopes that we use in terms of diet, they're stable. So when you eat something, the signature of that food in terms of its isotopes is retained and stays the same once it reaches your body tissues. You are continuously renewing your bone. So when you eat something, that signature will stay for as long as it takes that bone to completely be replaced. And that usually takes about 10 or so years. Teeth, on the other hand, are a little bit different. They form in sort of layers, if you like, all the way down to the bottom of the root. So if I look at this tooth root, what it will tell me is what someone's diet was like between the time that that tooth was forming. If we're looking at a first molar, that might be between sort of 0 years and sort of 10 years of life. What we're interested in is looking at the protein within bones. To do that, we need to dissolve away the hard part of the bone, so the mineral, and then we filter the protein to make sure that we get just the protein. We weigh it out into tiny tin capsules and we burn it in a mass spectrometer. The burning it just releases it as a gas to measure the isotope ratios. We look at carbon and we look at nitrogen. If you're plotting down here on the graph with a kind of low carbon and low nitrogen, then you're probably eating plant-based diet with some probably animal foods in there. High carbon, high nitrogen puts you over here where you're looking at seafood. If you are eating a bit of seafood and a bit of kind of land animal protein, you'd plot right in the middle. So what we wanted to understand was there a change in diet between childhood, and remember that comes from the tooth, and adulthood, which comes from the bone. All of the triangles plot quite close to their partner crosses. So what we're seeing is diet between childhood and adulthood at these sites in this Brighton area didn't change that much.
Anybody here from the Brighton area in chat? And what do you eat? Anyway, these same kinds of methods are also really useful for extinct organisms, like mosasaurs, for instance. And they can tell us about what kind of environment they're hanging out in. So, she was talking about marine versus terrestrial, but you can also pick out differences in different water depths and stuff like that. I think basically if you're nearer the shore, you might actually have more terrestrial signal in those carbon isotopes. Whereas if you're mostly in deep water, it's going to be fully marine. I think that's probably the idea there. But yeah. Pretty neat. So yeah. This is cool stuff. This is really cool stuff. So let's see here. See if we got a good figure that we can look at. It kind of tells us a story here. So yeah, less depleted near shore, more depleted offshore. That's your spectrum right there in terms of these carbon isotopes. This is stable carbon-13, I think. Yeah. Neat. Yeah. So the different colors denote different families of mosasaur. That's who they're related to. But whether they're over here on the left or over here on the right, that is the environment they're in. Yeah. Pretty cool. So with a lot of these guys, like Globidens, for instance, this guy with these big golf ball-like teeth that are crushing up ammonites, when they're juveniles, they're hanging out closer to shore. But then when they're adults, presumably they're in deeper water. Same with Plotosaurus here. Yeah, interesting. Neat stuff. This is pretty cool. It's neat that we can devise ways of actually testing these ideas. It goes far beyond just having a hunch, like, oh, these guys are small, they're probably not in deeper water or whatever. They're maybe eating this, they're maybe not eating that. It's all fine and dandy to come up with hunches, but in science, it's all about testing ideas. It's about trying to find ways to falsify hypotheses using evidence. And that's exactly what this is. Very cool. So yeah, neat stuff. I don't have too much else to say about this.
Global and serious game of paleontology.
Right click, Willie, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I'm definitely not an expert in mosasaurs, and I know far less about stable isotopes. But, cool stuff. Well, these from North Texas. Wow. Lots of Tylosaurus from North Texas here. Huh. This is worldwide. This is pretty neat. Anyway. Very cool stuff. If you'd like to download this paper yourself and take a look, you can do that here. Excuse me. There's the link in the chat for you. Good stuff. Yeah. So, we've got Troodontids, Alamosaurus, and then we've got our brand new dinosaur, a Rebachisaurid, to talk about too. We might do that last. Brand new dinosaur today. I'm excited. Yeah. And thank you for the blessings there, Spiky Pugwash and Sketchy Tracks. Nice. And Spiffiness says, so how does one go about refuting a paper officially? Writing another paper? Bingo. Yeah. So, usually, if you disagree with the findings in a paper, if your own research contradicts that, then you write your own paper. In rare circumstances, if it becomes apparent that someone goofed to the point or maybe misrepresented their data, it's rare, but it does happen. Scientists are human beings, and sometimes some human beings are less than honest, then you might write to the journal, you get some colleagues together, you try and raise a fuss about that, and sometimes the paper gets retracted. That's very rare in paleontology. Exceedingly rare, I would say. But it's happened on a few occasions. And I know some occasions when that should have happened, and it hasn't yet, at least. Where people have cooked their data, it seems. But again, very rare. Usually, if you disagree with the paper's findings, you write your own paper, contradicting it. And the idea in science is that we're running all these tests all the time, we're constantly discussing things, arguing over ideas, and hopefully you're able to devise methods where you can falsify an idea using evidence. Where you can say, here's a test that we performed that shows that these ideas don't work. And then everybody should come around to that, you know? There's a story about this, actually. It's kind of apocryphal for this, like, fourth or fifth hand. Here. Here we go. So, quote from a scientist from a long time ago. It goes, there was an elderly professor in my department who had been passionately keen on a particular scientific theory for, a number of years. And one day, an American visiting researcher came and completely and utterly disproved our old man's hypothesis. So this is like at a seminar, I guess, when like visiting researchers would come give a talk. Everybody sits and politely listens and tries to learn, and there in this department, there's this old man, and he's been, a passionate defender of a particular idea for a long, long time. This American shows up, young guy, visiting researcher, completely and utterly disproved our old man's hypothesis. And the old man strode to the front, shook his hand, and said, "My dear fellow, I wish to thank you. I have been wrong these 15 years. And we all clapped our hands raw. That was the scientific ideal of somebody who had a lot invested, a lifetime almost invested in a theory. And he was rejoicing that he had been shown wrong and that scientific truth had been advanced. I think that's beautiful. That's how it's supposed to work in science. It doesn't always. But that's what we're striving for, That's what we're working toward. That's how we're supposed to behave, The honorable way. There you go, Spiffiness. Yeah. But yeah, Dan the BC man. Hey, have a good meeting. Thanks for being here. Anywho, Mini Pie, how are you doing? We're gonna get into some other fossil news in a minute here, but I think Minnie's looking for some extra payment here, huh? It's one of my landlords. For those of you who are unfamiliar, this is Mini Pie. And, here. All right, Minnie. Let's get you paid. There we go. There we go. Look at those. Yeah, good stuff. Snacks. Yes, indeed. Get another one. Look at that. There you go. What do you think? Yeah? That's it. That's all I got. There's no more. What, you want more? All right, we can make that happen. You twisted my arm. There's more for you. Excellent. Additional ones. There you go. Spiffiness wants to know, is there a way to get a public clarification on a paper without writing a counter paper? Public clarification on a paper without writing... Not really. Our currency in science is publications, you know? It's almost like something doesn't exist unless it's published. That's just kind of how it works. And in order to get it published, it has to go through peer review, which is this process by which, you know, some of your peers, other people in the field, check your work. There's a lot of opportunities for that to go awry sometimes, as there is with any human endeavor, but that system is supposed to be quality control. And most of the time it works pretty well. Yeah, does that make sense? But if you want to actually refute something or contradict it, you gotta publish your own paper. That's just how it works in science. Yeah. Well, I'll see you later, Mini Pie. Happy Nightmare says, I love when scientists are like that. I think Hillary Putnam strongly supported one idea for a long time, and then he saw the light, and then strongly supported an opposing view. How it should be. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, so we've been talking about a lot of non-dinosaur stuff today. From Mancos geology to crocodilomorphs to mosasaurs. Let's get into some dinosaurs, shall we? By the way, for anybody who might be new to this concept, what is a dinosaur and what isn't? This is a really handy chart for this kind of thing. Mosasaurs, over here, are a kind of squamate, a kind of lizard. They are not a dinosaur. Crocs, your crocodilomorphs, also not dinosaurs. In order to be a dinosaur, you have to fulfill one criterion. What is that one criterion, chat? What do you have to do in order to be a dinosaur? It's kind of like that question, riddle. What do dinosaurs have that no other animal has?
Dirter.
No, not Dirter. Not for Dune either.
Tradoon.
Well, like the old riddle, what do dinosaurs have that no other animal has? Baby dinosaurs. That's not supposed to be a joke. Here, I like this song, but it has lyrics, and I feel like it's detracting from what we're trying to talk about here. So I'm going to pause it for a second. In order to be a dinosaur, you have to have evolved from a dinosaur that was your ancestor. So the way that we as scientists classify living things is based on their ancestry. This is what we call phylogeny. So coming up with like an evolutionary family tree. So all dinosaurs evolved from an earlier kind of dinosaur until you get back to the very first species of dinosaur. If you didn't evolve, if you can't trace your ancestry back to that first dinosaur species, then you're not a dinosaur. So pterosaurs over here, the flying reptiles, they're very close to dinosaurs, but they didn't evolve from that first dinosaur ancestor, and so they are not a dinosaur. Does that make sense? Same with crocs. They're pretty close to dinosaurs in the grand scheme of things, but they didn't evolve from the first dinosaur species, so they're not a dinosaur. Does that make sense? Same with lizards and mammals and all kinds of other critters, not dinosaurs. In order to be a dinosaur, you have to have evolved from that first dinosaur species. That's why birds are dinosaurs, because you can trace their ancestry back through the theropods to that first dinosaur. Crocs are not dinosaurs. So a penguin is a dinosaur. An alligator is not a dinosaur. Does that make sense? This is pretty much the most fundamental concept in all of biology. And you'd be shocked at how many people just aren't aware of this. Especially here in the United States, it just doesn't get taught in schools. Phylogeny is the underlying idea, basically, in the life sciences. Living things come from ancestors. Who knew, you know? But, yeah. So anyway, those other critters we were talking about, not dinosaurs. We are going to start talking about dinosaurs here, which I'm excited about. Yeah. Kenny says, I want to be a dinosaur, that's unfair. Sorry, that was the breaks, you know? I wanted to grow up to be a dinosaur when I was a kid. Didn't end up happening. You know, it's, I did the next best thing. I became a paleontologist. So yeah. And Wolvulus says, so the definition is only phylogenetic? Yes. Yeah. That's how we classify living things, is phylogenetically. It was really tricky to do that before anybody knew anything about evolution. Back before old Chucky D, before Charles Darwin. Living things were often classified, it's kind of based on vibes. It looks a certain way, I think of it a certain way, it makes me feel a certain way, let's throw it into that group, I guess. But when we started to actually figure out phylogeny, the tree of life, as it were, through evolution, suddenly things started to make sense. And we've been running with that for the past 200 years, basically. 200 years? 175 years? Give or take? Suddenly biology makes sense, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Heard Chuck E. Cheese? No, not Charles Entertainment Cheese. Charles Erasmus Darwin, I think? Was Chuck E. D's middle name. No, Robert. Charles Robert Darwin, sorry. Erasmus was Chuck E. D's grandfather, as I recall. Yeah. Charles Robert Darwin. Not Charles Entertainment Cheese. Very funny, Chris Swift. Oh no. Yeah. Sorry, Chris Swift. I'm sorry your message got deleted, but it made me laugh. You're okay, yeah. Who should we talk about first? Let's talk about that Alamosaurus discovery, first of all. Huge fossil from one of the largest dinosaurs found in Tejas, in a national park. I got to hang out with a bunch of paleontology students from Texas about a month ago when I was in St. George the first time around. And fieldwork in Texas can be frustrating because Texas doesn't have a lot of public land. Nearly all of the land in Texas is private. And so digging for fossils in Texas when you're a professional paleontologist can be really tricky. You have to have like permission, usually written permission from a landowner, and it's a huge headache compared to when we can just apply for permits to dig on public land in other states. Montana, Wyoming, Utah, etc. Texas provides some challenges. These fossils are from a national park. I betcha they're from Big Bend National Park. That would make sense for Alamosaurus, for Maastrichtian stuff. A fossil from one of the largest dinosaurs to live in North America was discovered in a national park in Texas. In March, students from Sul Ross State University went to Big Bend National Park, for research and to collect a dinosaur bone belonging to Alamosaurus, according to an April 8 news release from the university. So Alamosaurus is a gigantic titanosaur. Possibly the largest dinosaur we have from North America. It's hard to say because we don't have anything close to a complete skeleton for this critter. So we don't really know how truly big it got, especially compared to the other giant sauropods, which are also fragmentary. But it was big. This was a big animal. Here's a skeleton of Alamosaurus, largely speculative, next to a T-Rex, for instance. Next to Tyrannosaurus. Alamosaurus sanjuanensis, this critter was large. It was big. So there it is, next to T-Rex. Yeah. Yeah. And those neck bones. I know, right? So, here. We've got a picture of Nate Carroll with this. Where is that? There we go. Here's Nate Carroll and Liz Friedman Fowler here. So here they are with... Nate sculpted this. The original vertebra was too big and too fragile to really photograph. And too fragmentary. So Nate made, this is like, I think insulation foam and other stuff that he sculpted it and painted it, but this is the size of one of the neck vertebrae. So this is true to scale and pretty close to the actual morphology of it. That's one neck bone. So the equivalent bone in our body would be about this big. A cervical vertebra. It's like one of the proximal cervical verts. So like, say you're C1. Or is it C7? C1 might be the atlas. Is C1 at the top of the neck or at the bottom in humans? Let me know if you happen to know. I don't know human anatomy. I'm a dinosaur guy. C1 is the atlas. Thank you, Lydia. Okay, so C7. This might not even be the proximal most cervical vert in Alamosaurus. But anyway, this big for one of my neck vertebrae compared to that for this animal. Yeah. Just incredible, you know? Nuts. These were big animals, like the size of a jetliner, basically. They were enormous. Look at that, you know? Wild. So there's one bone that they have from Texas here. That's enough to make the news. It's pretty cool. I'll give you a link. The goals of this trip included conducting structural and stratigraphic analyses of the Cretaceous to Eocene rocks, and to retrieve a large vertebra belonging to Alamosaurus, a long-necked dinosaur that lived in North America during the Cretaceous. The Alamosaurus was the largest known land-dwelling animal to have lived in North America, according to the university. We don't know that for certain. There are other super gigantic sauropods, some of which may have been bigger than Alamosaurus. Again, we don't have a complete skeleton of any of these megasauropods, at least not at full adult size, and so we don't know what's the upper size range for each one of those species. We just don't know. But Alamosaurus might be the biggest. Yeah. Short article here. Yeah. This one here from a few years ago. This is from 2011, actually. Yeah. Denver Fowler and Bob Sullivan from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, described two gigantic vertebrae and a femur that the team collected in New Mexico from 2003 to 2006. Carrying the vertebrae alone took most of a day and was a killer because the paleontologists carried them over a mile through 100-degree heat, Fowler said. In walking a mile in 100-degree heat, you know, that's not the worst. But when you've got a vertebra on your back, or maybe on a stretcher carried between the two of you, that weighs multiple hundreds of pounds, then that becomes a real Herculean task, you know? Yeah. The sheer size of the new bones caught the researchers by surprise. That's a tooth. Oh, no, that's not a tooth. What is that? Yeah, it is a tooth, yeah. Tyrannosaur tooth found there. We used to think that a fully grown Alamosaurus measured around 60 feet long and weighed about 30 tons. But a 2009 study by Holly Woodward found that a femur thought to belong to an adult was still growing, Fowler said. This told us that Alamosaurus got even bigger, but we didn't imagine they could get quite this big. How big? The enormity of the new bones put Alamosaurus in the same size league as other giant sauropods from South America, including Argentinosaurus, which weighed about 70 tons, and is widely considered to be the biggest dinosaur of all. I wouldn't say widely considered, it's a contender. There's no consensus there. Over the past 20 years, Argentinian and Brazilian paleontologists have been unearthing bigger and bigger dinosaurs, putting the rest of the world in the shade, Fowler said. However, our new finds not only show that Alamosaurus is now newly recognized as the biggest dinosaur from North America, but also that it was right up there with the biggest South American species. The U.S. is back in the fight for the #1 spot. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. Cool stuff. Here's a link to this press release from 2011, kind of giving you some more info on Alamosaurus. Yeah. Anyway, my state is in the news for something positive. I know. Can you believe it, Lenina? Exciting. Yeah. And Polyot says, it's not a dumb question. Not at all. It's a great question. If we don't have a complete skeleton, how do we know that the various fossils found are all from different dinosaurs? You compare the bones that you have. So this is kind of what we do is, here. Let's take Spinosaurids as an example here. Well, here, I can actually use a book for this. That would work quite nicely, I think. Let's get Greg Paul's Princeton Field Guide to Dinosaurs. Here we go. We're going to look at some skeletal diagrams from this book here. And it'll help illustrate this point. Let's find our Spinosaurids. Spinosaurids, like Baryonyx, Suchomimus, Spinosaurus, these are a poorly known group of dinosaurs, meaning we don't have a lot of material from them. And what we call skeletals, skeletal diagrams like this, can show you at a glance how much of the skeleton we have. So here's Baryonyx, arguably the most complete of these Spinosaurids, and we only have this much of its skeleton here. It's not a tremendous amount. Oh, sorry, this is Suchomimus. Greg Paul calls it Baryonyx here. I was like, what's with those tall neural spines? Yeah, Suchomimus. So we have to compare incomplete skeletons of different animals. So you look for parts that match up. So we have a humerus here, the upper arm bone. You compare that to the upper arm bone of Suchomimus, and you look for any key differences. Is this the same species, same genus? Is it different? And you get different authors who disagree about that. So here, Greg Paul is saying that Suchomimus tenerensis, he sinks that into Baryonyx. He thinks that's the same genus of dinosaur here. He says they're similar enough, we should call them by the same first name. Baryonyx. Spinosaurus, very incomplete there. And I guess we don't even have Ichthyovenator or Irritator or any of these guys, but yeah, it gets tricky. Here, for Ichthyovenator, we don't have very much of that animal. Basically a pelvic girdle, sacrum, and a rib. You know? So yeah, we work with what we've got. And it's very incomplete information much of the time. So yeah, comparative anatomy. Exactly. Comparative anatomy, as we call it, Wolvulus. Yep. Yes, indeed. So yeah. Yeah. And Elysium Plain says, is it a mandate that paleo books be or look OG leatherbound? This isn't leatherbound. This is just, yeah, I don't know. Kind of cloth binding, like that. Yeah. Princeton Field Guide to Dinosaurs. I usually take the dust jackets off of my books, just because it makes my bookshelf look a little bit less messy like that way. Also, I just like how it looks that way. Yeah. Eldorado 18. What's that sound?
Dinosaur.
Good hearing there. Eldorado, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Yeah. What about dust, says Gary Ankelis. I just try and dust.
These are just some of the questions that people ask about dinosaurs.
Silent Noise. Thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And there you go, MC Canary. Yeah. I'm sorry your message got auto-flagged. It's the BS part of it. But, yeah. No worries. Yeah. So anywho, yeah. So with certain groups of dinosaurs, like your Spinosaurids or your super gigantic sauropods, like these guys, Alamosaurus, Argentinosaurus, Ruyangosaurus, Barosaurus, Apatosaurus, Supersaurus. We don't have a complete skeleton from any of those guys. And so using the parts that we have, we try and estimate how big they were, but without a complete skeleton, you can never know 100% for sure how big they were. And so it remains a mystery, you know. What was the biggest dinosaur? We don't have 100% a clear frontrunner yet. If there's one dinosaur you hear the most frequently as the biggest in the world, it would be the blue guy there, Argentinosaurus. But we don't really know that for certain. What we do know is that one of the sauropods was the biggest, because all of the dinosaurs that are contenders for the biggest dinosaur, they're all sauropods. These guys, the long-necked, plant-eating dinosaurs. They've all got this basic body shape where they've got 4 legs, long tail or longish tail, and then a long neck, you know? Like this. So there's a super gigantic sauropod compared to a blue whale there. Some of these guys really did get bigger than whales. Far heavier than whales, if not. Well, and also far longer. I say far heavier because whales don't weigh anything. Whales are effectively weightless, living in the water as they do. They don't have to support their body weight on land. So big whoop if they get heavy, you know? That's cheating, you know? Yeah. Whales are just... you know... Whales are just out there floating around like Baron Harkonnen. Doesn't matter how heavy they are. They don't have to support their own body weight. Yeah. So anyway, whales cheat. There you go, Shibuku. Yeah. Yeah. Clearly nature hasn't patched that cheat yet. There you go, Rushwing. That's a minigame term, isn't it? And Murph says, is it likely they're all kind of the same size? Like all the big theropods? Yeah. there very well might be like an upper threshold for how big an animal can get on land. Whether it's a meat eater or a plant eater. The plant eating ones get way bigger, the sauropods. But it seems like many of the mega theropods, it seems like they're all kind of generally around the same size. Like that. The Carcharodontosaurs, the biggest Tyrannosaurs, the biggest Spinosaurids. They're all roughly the same size. They all might be just bumping their heads against that upper ceiling, that threshold for how big you can be as a land-dwelling carnivorous animal. There could be like an actual physical constraint there. We're still trying to figure this stuff out. But yeah, it's interesting that a lot of these guys are around the same size. The biggest guys. It's not like there's one clear winner where it's way bigger than the others. The biggest ones are all roughly the same size. And the same could very well be true of the sauropods too. They're all roughly kind of the same size. The super biggest ones. The most gigantic ones are all maybe hitting their heads on that same kind of ceiling. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And could that be a difference in 4 legs versus 2? That's probably got a lot to do with it, Murph. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. And Baseballa says, thanks for being live. Your stream reawakened my passion for Earth's history. I've been watching Life on Our Planet with my 6-year-old, and she can't stop watching. That makes me so happy to hear. Baseballa, holy cow. Thank you for saying that. That makes me really happy. That makes me proud. That you appreciate this and that you're getting something out of this, you know? That means a lot to me. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. And Kazashi wants to know, has anyone done research on these hypothetical limits? Based on maximum achievable bone sizes, muscle density, and length, etc.? Yeah, I think there might be a figure for that in this book. Let me see if I can find it. There we go. This was one of my favorite books in 4th grade. Dinosaurs, the textbook. This is like an introductory textbook for college students on dinosaurs. Where's the sauropods chapter? I think this might talk about hypothetical maximum size. Let's see. Oh, boxed readings we want to get. Sauropodomorphs. There we go. Page 91 here. Yeah.
A moment from prehistoric time.
I love JavaScript. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is good to have you here. Vertebrae. It gave me the wrong page number in the table of contents. That's odd. But basically, the larger you get, the bigger your legs have to be. And so there is like a hypothetical upper limit for how big a land animal can get, where its legs would just have to be too thick, and then you wouldn't be able to move them. They'd be rubbing up against each other. Sauropods don't seem to be anywhere close to that size, so there might be other constraints on them other than that one. Did I misread this? Let's see. This book is falling apart. It's been on the old side, and the glue is starting to deteriorate that it's bound with. Sauropods, how large was the largest? Yeah, page 91. Oh, okay. Metabolism. Locomotion. I thought there was a figure here that actually showed that thing with the limbs. But maybe not. Oh, no, it's in another book. I know where that is. I'm looking at the wrong one. Okay. It's in here. This book. I love it. Stephen Jay Gould is just like huge on here. And he wrote the intro, so he gets his name on it. He was a big name at the time. This must have been what sold so many copies of this book. But he didn't write most of it. Let's see here. The biomechanics of very large dinosaurs. Here we are. Yeah. The dinosaurs are famous for having been very large. Of course, many were of human dimensions or even smaller, but most were indeed large. The sauropods were all larger than any living land animal. Well, they weren't all larger, but many of them were. How could they survive at such size? What did they do? Had they reached the limits of size? So, yeah, here we go. Size limits for land-living animals may be tested by some simple calculations. These calculations do not refer to aquatic animals, since physical limitations are different in water. The crux of the engineering approach is to understand the volume/area effect. As the volume, or weight, of a land animal increases, the diameter of its legs increases in proportion to volume, a cubic measure, and not in proportion to body area, a squared measure. So it's the square cube law, basically. That's because the legs have to support the weight of the animal, hence legs get relatively fatter the larger the animal. A graph may be plotted below right in which the circumference of the leg bones corresponds to the body weight, and indeed the technique may be used to estimate weights of unknown animals like dinosaurs from bone dimensions. The block diagrams above right show how many leg diameter scales to body volume. At a body weight of about 140 tons, the legs are so wide that they touch, and the animal can no longer walk. This is the upper limit to body weight. There are probably other limits beyond that one, like an animal that weighs 140 tons. Like, how in the world are you getting enough food to maintain that body weight? Run your metabolism, do all of that. There's probably a threshold lower than that. But there you go, 100 tons, 140 tons, the legs are so big that it's just all leg underneath. You know, there's no space to move the legs. The legs would be too fat. So yeah, so there are definitely upper limits to how big an animal can be on land. It could be that some of these megasauropods like this are kind of approaching that upper limit in terms of being able to get enough food, being able to move around properly, being able to escape predation, that kind of thing.
No other creature in the world looks like a half-plucked turkey and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
Cast Meow Black, thank you for the 19 months. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah. So yeah, Wolvulus says, imagine the size of that creature's heart to pump blood to their heads. We don't have to imagine it entirely. We do have a visualization of that here. There we go. crazy. Look at that. Just the heart. Look at that. Bonkers. Pretty low heart rate. Bonkers. Just nuts. Very cool. Yeah. Yeah. I had to reverse that and not send the audio to the VOD track. Anybody who's watching on YouTube or on the VOD later, I apologize. You won't be able to hear it. But sometimes those BBC videos, they get flagged by YouTube, so I've got to take precautions there. Anywho, yeah. And Chris Swift says, isn't there some phenomenon where the largest dinosaurs risk blood fatally rushing to their head if they bent down too quickly? I don't know. So animals like that big titanosaur, gigantic sauropod, that would be a lot like our Argentinosaurus, or our Alamosaurus. They would have had to bend down in order to be able to drink water. And some of them may have actually fed at ground level too. They may have used their long neck to, eat ferns and stuff like that at ground height. And just use the long neck to feed really efficiently. They could just stand in one place, crane their neck around, not have to take any steps. Very energy efficient way of feeding. They must have had some sort of a mechanism that would have prevented them from fainting when they bend down with their neck. Prevent the blood from flushing to their head, exploding or whatever. Kind of like giraffes do. Giraffes have got a number of different morphological adaptations to keep their heads from blowing up when they bend down to drink, for instance. Yeah. An elephant's feet act as hearts? Not really, Mayor Space. It's just like, it's a fatty foot pad that it's used to kind of help pump the blood back up the legs. Think of it like compression socks. In fact, yeah, John Hutchinson actually mentions that in that same documentary.
Science fiction. Prehistoric fact.
Thank you, Dinawa, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. I don't know if that clip is on YouTube. Let me try videos. PC Select, maybe. Prime Video.
Here's something stranger than science fiction. Prehistoric fact.
Jarman W, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah. And Wolvyless says it's exactly like compression socks to increase venous blood return to the heart. Yeah, so, Howard Hutchinson. Not Howard Hutchinson, sorry. Different paleontologist. John Hutchinson.
Utah raptor was
the most dangerous dinosaur around.
Ikawala, 33 months of support. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. It's a long time to be supporting science outreach on Twitch, and I am grateful. Thank you, Ikawala. Jarman W says, thanks, dude. Hey, you too. Glad you're here. Here's John Hutchinson here. As he explains in that documentary, he's like, I'm a tall guy. And every time I fly on an airplane, if it's like a long-haul flight, I need to wear compression socks to keep the blood from pooling down there, or I could suffer ill health effects. An elephant's feet kind of work the same way, where it forces the blood back up so it can't pool down there in the extremities. Does that make sense?
Paleostigo 1, Paleostigo 2.
Lunisaurus. 28 months. I appreciate it, Lunisaurus. Thank you for the ongoing support. That means a lot. Thank you. 20 months is a long time. And resubscribe for 6 months? Did you just do a 6-month resubscribe right there, Lunisaurus? Thank you very much. Holy moly. That's awesome. An airline provided compression socks, the most fashionable of all socks. Exactly, Polyot. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, John Hutchinson does a lot of work with elephants because he's really interested in how big animals work. Like, so doing studies like this, where having an elephant walk across this flat surface and then filming it and photographing it from all angles, you get a good sense for like what its limbs are doing. If you want to figure out how dinosaurs like sauropods would have walked, this is the kind of work that you do. So John Hutchinson's done a lot of talks about this kind of thing, and if you're really fascinated by this, I'll give you a link to a cool talk that he did here. YouTube, dinosaur movements.
Biggest limb muscles ever in relative terms in any.
Yeah.
What happened there? Okay. Yeah. Speaking of heroes, when I was growing up as a kid, and I see there are some kids in the audience, I was really into monsters in general. It didn't matter if they were science fiction monsters or dinosaurs. To me, Godzilla was just as real as T-Rex, so I was really excited about big things in general. King Ghidorah over there, the three-headed monster, was one of my favorites and still is. And I think that fascination in giant things, real and not real, just continued and explains why I now study them as a scientist, including all kinds of weird things interest me, like fanciful things that could never work. And it's interesting to think why they couldn't work. And that really, when I first learned as a kid that a giant Godzilla just could not work in terms of the physics of movement, it really bummed me out. I was sad that Godzilla could not really exist because it was too big to walk, but it also made a lot of sense to me. So the scientist in my mind began working when I realized that and thought, oh, actually, even though that's sad that Godzilla could not work as a real thing on land, that teaches me something that's valuable. So the work I'll be talking about today is perched upon the shoulders of many giants. I've worked with a lot of people around the world.
Anywho, really cool. And here, somebody asks him what his favorite dinosaur was. And here, I'll give you the link real quick before I forget. Yeah. But where was that? I know I've got the timestamp saved in my notes app. There we go.
Okay, two a little bit more lighthearted questions, and then we'll finish up. First of all, the classic question: what is your favorite dinosaur?
Well, I have to say T-Rex is one of them, but because I've worked on T-Rex, and it's cool, I admit. But I also, the only dinosaur I ever discovered was a little tiny bird-like dinosaur called an Alvarezsaurid from the Hell Creek Formation of Montana. It was in a museum drawer at Berkeley, and I discovered a little bit of its hip bone, and the hip bones were so distinct I knew exactly what it was. And they're really cool animals. They're only about this big, with stubby little arms and long, long legs and long tail, and they were feathered. Really cool things that people think maybe dug in anthills because they have these big, stubby arms and little tiny heads with very sharp, needle-like teeth. I still don't know what they did. They're mysterious animals, but they're really, really cool. And the fact that I found a piece of one that I didn't get to name, but at least it's some sort of new animal from Montana.
So he didn't get to name it because, well, because John Hutchinson's got a good head on his shoulders, and he's a good guy. He could have named it based on really fragmentary material, but it's not really best practice to do that. My team found more of it over the years, including a beautiful claw in 2020, and we did get to name it. Trirarchuncus prairiensis. Here's a sculpt that I made, and then I 3D printed it. So critter would look like this. Really cool animal. So I'll show you the paper. Trirarchuncus. There we go. The last of the Alvarezsaurs. Here's the paper. Right here. Yeah, and there's me on there. Yeah. So the first new dinosaur that has my name on it as an author. It's a good feeling the day that came out. Holy cow. Yeah. Neat critter. So I haven't met John Hutchinson yet, but when I do, I'll have something to talk about with him for sure. Like, hey, we've got the same favorite dinosaur, or at least one of them. This is one of my favorites. But yeah, my team published on this animal, named it. So now your favorite dinosaur's got a name. You discovered it. How cool is that? So yeah, and long tail. Yeah, these guys did have a long tail. These are feathers that you see here. So, here. Would have looked a little like this in life. Yeah. Anywho, Friendly Creative Seal had a question. Does a person that volunteers for a field dig need to pay for anything? You usually have to pay for your transportation to get out there, and you pay for your own tent and boots, and if you have personal tools, you pay for those too. But otherwise, oh, and if you go into town during the, you know, if, say the crew goes out to dinner, usually you pay for your own meal. But meals in camp, and most digging supplies, you don't pay for yourself. That stuff is provided. But otherwise, you do have to pay your own way, yeah. Anyhow, Chris Swift says, I like how some of your style seems to be, here's a bit of this cool thing, go learn more about it? Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of what science is all about, you know? Here's something really interesting. Aren't you curious about it now? Don't you want to learn more? Go do it, you know? See what you can discover. That's how science works. Yeah. And Polyot says, is there a particular dinosaur that we know the most about compared to others? Oh boy, there's a few. There's a few dinosaurs that are really well studied and we have a lot of skeletons of. Dinosaurs like, well, Tyrannosaurus. T-Rex is one of the best known dinosaurs. I think it's had the most papers published on it of any dinosaur. Triceratops we know a lot about too. Yeah, there's a few. If a dinosaur ever has like a monograph published on it, then we often know a lot about it. I don't know which dinosaur we know the most about. It might be Triceratops, honestly. but it kind of... What do we mean by the most? We'd have to, like, define that superlative. But, yeah. Osteology of Deinonychus. So, sometimes a dinosaur is deemed particularly important, or there's a lot of good specimens, or there's just a lot of good material to work with. And you get a monograph like this published, which is just a more or less complete treatment of that animal. It's like, what can we say about it? Here's every bone illustrated, nice figures of each of them. So, Ostrom Deinonychus, here we go. No, that's not it. This isn't the one, is it? I guess it is. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, so here's what we call a monograph on Deinonychus. And so there's that famous Bacher illustration there. The sketch that launched 1,000 paleoartist careers, I guess, in a way. This is like super inspirational for a lot of people. But yeah, stratigraphy and then the anatomy of this critter. So like every detail that Ostrom could think to examine and then publish, it's all in here. It's good stuff. So any dinosaur that's got a monograph on it like this is generally a dinosaur that we know a lot about. There's not that many monographs, because there's not that many dinosaurs that we have anything close to a complete skeleton of. But for some dinosaurs, we have not just one complete skeleton. Sometimes we have hundreds, or even thousands. Yeah, like Coelophysis is a good example. We've got hundreds of specimens of this animal. Many of them are complete. It's like every bone, or nearly every bone, is there. Here's two side by side, like this. Both of them just about 100% complete. It's crazy. And you get these jumbles of them. Yeah, there's a complete skull right there. There we go. Coelophysis block. There's multiple individuals just laid on top of each other like cordwood. It's wild. So yeah. Yeah. And Friendly Creative Seal says, are most dinosaur skeletons in museums fake? Well, they're not fake, but most are replicas. They're like exact copies of the real thing, molded and cast. Yeah. Putting the real bones on display can be really expensive, really delicate work. The real bones are heavy, they're brittle, they're delicate. In order to get them mounted, like in life position, you need really skilled metal workers to be able to build these fossil holders, to hold them up like that. It's much easier to just make exact copies of each bone and just drill holes through them and string them together. That's the easy way to do things. Anytime that you see like a real life dinosaur skeleton on display in a museum, and there's quite a few examples. Pex Rex at Museum of the Rockies is the only genuine Tyrannosaurus skeleton, the only like real fossil bones mounted in life position in the entire state of Montana. And this was quite the undertaking to get this set up. Thousands of dollars were spent in creating this metal armature that would gently hold the bones in place. Gently but securely. It's hard to do. That Triceratops you see down there in the lower left, that's the Yoshi's Trike site specimen. I helped dig that up in 2011. And that one is 100% a cast. The white parts are parts that are sculpted. The brown parts are exact copies of the real fossil bone, molded and cast. Yeah. So I hope that makes sense. Yeah. And it's brave putting a real skeleton on display somewhere that a lot of schools go for field trips. Exactly, Polyod. Exactly. Yeah. So anyway, the fossils that you see here in my office are almost without exception 3D prints. I've got a few molded and cast replicas and precious few real fossils like this Diplomystus. This is 50 million years old from Wyoming. But all the dinosaur fossils you'll see here on this channel in the background are all 3D prints with a handful of casts. Casts are molded and cast replicas. Anyhow. We might skip the Troodontid stuff for today just because I'm running out of time. But, well, no, let's just do it real quick. Then we'll get into our new dinosaur, our new Rebbachisaur. But, yeah. Here's a new paper, The Jaw Mechanics of Troodontidae and Their Implications for the Paleobiology of this Lineage of Bird-like Theropod Dinosaurs. This is open access.
Tribune.
Where did that go? Open access. Oh, PDF. There we are. Yeah. Here's a link. But yes, Tribune. Yes, indeed. Troodontids. Troodontids, like Troodon, are these dinosaurs. Small, two-legged meat eaters. If Deinonychus or Velociraptor is a wolf, then this animal is like a coyote. It's a little bit more slender, a little bit more generalist in its diet, probably. Not as much of like a hypercarnivore. Maybe it's eaten plants too. And these papers, these two that we're looking at, kind of talk about that. So Troodontids are small-bodied paravian, so very close to bird, theropod dinosaurs that are conspicuous for their close evolutionary relationship with modern birds and their unique bow plan among Mesozoic non-avian theropods. Part of which has been interpreted as suggestive of a distinct ecological niche as highly cursorial predators who primarily hunted small prey items of an increased portion or of an increased portion of plant material in their diet compared to other theropods. So they may have been omnivorous. We talked with Dave Verricchio about this a while ago when we interviewed him back in January. Yeah. So despite the increased interest in paleobiology of bird-like dinosaurs more recently, however, feeding biomechanics of troodontids remains largely uninvestigated. So how do their jaws work? What's going on with their teeth? How are they using that to eat? What does that suggest about what they're eating? That's what this paper is getting into. So looking at mandibular strength profiles, bending ability and rigidity in the jaws. Such unique profiles suggest that the anterior part of the lower jaw, so their chin area, the front part of the lower jaw, played an important role in life habits of troodontids. So they're doing something interesting with the front of their lower jaw. These results could be interpreted that the anterior region of the troodontid denary, the front of their lower jaw, was used to crop off plant material, or maybe assisted in prey capture when the prey was subdued with the animal's feet. Very cool. Neat stuff. We'll take a quick look at the figures and then we'll move on to our other troodontid paper. But yeah, it is interesting how the tooth sockets here, they kind of flare outward toward the distal end of the jaw. So rather than the teeth just being straight up the whole length of the lower jaw, kind of like we see in this Velociraptor model here. Here, open up the jaws, and the teeth are just kind of going straight up like a comb the whole length of the jaw, just like that. And this troodontid in that lower jaw, the teeth are going straight up, and then toward the end of the jaw, they kind of flare out like this, which is interesting. The teeth are splaying out toward the distal end. So what's going on with that? you know? Something weird. Could be for prey capture, or could be potentially in eating plants, like we've got in Erlikosaurus, for instance. So this is a theropod dinosaur that's evolving toward a more herbivorous kind of lifestyle. And you get that same kind of flaring out of the teeth, especially at the front. Well, you actually get a loss of teeth. But yeah, it reminds me of Erlikosaurus, what's going on with this animal, which is evolving toward herbivory. So interesting stuff. Yeah. Yeah, wild. Friendly Creative Seal says, what percentage of DNA is shared between dinosaurs and humans? Not... that much. It's a difficult question to answer. Like, how do I explain this? Give me a minute. Let me just try and finish this paper first. Xenobazar Jr. This is this same troodontid right here, Xenobazar, previously Sinornithoides Jr. I don't have the lower jaw here, just the skull, but I've got the lower jaw here, which is neat. So they're comparing these different lower jaws. Interesting. Diagonally oriented symphysis, like you see in Erlikosaurus. Very interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if that's maybe for eating plants. So kind of like a modern bear or something. Bears are omnivores. They'll eat basically whatever. They'll eat meat. They'll chase down and eat elk or deer sometimes if they're really hungry. They'll eat bugs. They'll eat roots and tubers and other plants. They'll eat berries. They'll even swipe your picnic basket if you're not careful. They're smarter than the average bear. Troodontids may have had a similarly generalist kind of ecology. I wonder what Dave thinks about this paper. This is cool. I can't wait to talk to him about it at some point. Maybe at SVP this year. And like bears, smarter than the average bear. Troodontids are widely considered to be pretty intelligent by dinosaur standards too. They had big brain cavities relative to some other dinosaurs, it seems. So yeah. Anyhow, again, cool paper. Here is a link to that right there. And let me try to answer your question, Friendly Creative Seal. What percentage of DNA is shared between dinosaurs and humans? This roughly the same amount of DNA that would be shared between humans and crocodiles, or humans and birds, or humans and frogs, maybe. Yeah, so here. Whoops. Where's the interactive one? There we go. Interactive Tree of Life. So if we're trying to estimate about how much DNA would be shared between us humans and dinosaurs, we can figure out where we diverged, and this should be interactive, it should be clickable, and it's not working. I'm trying to show you this. There we go, okay. Come on now. Theropod dinosaurs. Theropod dinosaurs and humans. We are about 68 millionth cousins, 83 million times removed. We last shared a common ancestor about 325 million years ago. So this means that 325 million years ago, you had the ancestor of both mammals, like humans, and reptiles, like dinosaurs. So humans and theropod dinosaurs had been evolving in their separate directions for roughly 325 million years. So that's a lot of differences accumulated along the way. And so we would have a lot of differences in our genomes too. The more closely related different animals are, or different organisms for that matter, not just animals, but plants, fungi, protists, everything else, the more different two different organisms are, the more differences there are in their genetic code. The closer they are, the more similarities there will be. So we as humans, we share, depending on how you count it, between 95 and 99.9% of our DNA in common with chimps. Because we've got a very recent common ancestor with chimpanzees. We only diverged like 6 million years ago or something like that. And now one zoom is being real slow. Anyway, I hope that gets the idea across. But we gotta continue here. Yeah. So yeah. Here, our other troodontid paper on the histology of troodontids. This is also open access. Right here. Osteohistological analysis of metatarsals, that's the upper foot bones, reveals new information on the pathology, injuries, and life history of troodontids from the Dinosaur Park Formation in Alberta, Canada. Here is a link to that paper right here. So histology is cutting open those bones, making thin sections, looking at the thin sections under a microscope, in the same way that you would look at like tree rings to determine how old a tree was before you cut the darn thing down. You could do that with a dinosaur. You could figure out how old it was at time of death by looking at the growth rings and the bones. You can also tell things about injuries, diseases the animal may have had, what's its metabolism like, all that good stuff. So we're just cruising through this because I don't have a whole lot of time. But let's look at their conclusions and discussion here. Or you know what, let's just look at the abstract. That short summary at the beginning. Yeah. So they sampled 11 metatarsals, so 11 of these upper foot bones of varying sizes, including 3 pathological individuals, so 3 individuals that were clearly injured. So they're trying to figure out the microanatomy of healthy and injured metatarsals to determine the ontogenetic status, so how old were these animals when they died, and what is their pattern of growth. So they found that troodontid metatarsals grew and remodeled asymmetrically within the cortex, ceasing growth and remodeling primarily along the articular surfaces. So this is cool. This is some really like basic histological work. This will be really useful for future researchers to be able to use these same methods. It's good stuff. Yeah. Overall, tracking the growth of the specimens reveals that there are at least 2 growth trajectories within the Dinosaur Park Formation, differentiated by the timing of major growth spurts and growth plateaus. So there's at least 2 different kinds. There's 2 different strategies for growth here. Whether this represents sexual dimorphism, could this be male-female differences? Could it be taxonomic diversity? Could these be different species? Or another form of variation warrants further investigation. It could even just be that, well, I wonder if it could be stratigraphic. Whether they're from slightly different times. And so what we're seeing there is evolution. I wonder if they did, like, fine-scale stratigraphy. If they actually know where all these come from in section. Anyway, it could also be to do with diet. It could be that if you're not getting as much food, you're not going to grow in the same way. There's a lot of animals today that their rate of growth is largely determined by how much food they eat. Maybe dinosaurs are like this too. I don't think we really have a firm understanding of that. So yeah. Anywho. Good stuff. Again, you've got the paper there in the chat. And now, as promised, finally, let's get to our brand new dinosaur here. A new Rabakisaur from where else? Neuquén Province, Argentina. There hasn't been a whole lot of press about this. This is the only article that I could find from Sci News here. There's a link for it in the chat for you. Oop. There you go. A new genus and species of Rebbachisauride sauropod dinosaur has been described from fossils discovered at a paleontological locality in the Argentine province of Neuquén. The newly discovered dinosaur roamed Earth during the late Cretaceous, about 94 million years ago. And the name of our new dinosaur... It's an interesting one. Ciencia Argentina Sanchezi. Ciencia Argentina Sanchezi. It's the earliest member of the diplodocoid dinosaur family, Rebbachisauridae, known to date. The earliest known Rebbachisauride. Interesting. Rebbachisaurids diversified primarily on the supercontinent Gondwana between the early and late Cretaceous. They're known from fragmentary fossil remains in South America, Africa, North America, Europe, and possibly Central Asia. These guys were all over the place. But they're not particularly well known. Yeah. So this new species is added to the list of Rebbachisaurid sauropods documented in the Huincul Formation, which are thought to be the latest diplodocoids at a global level. In fact, from the Turonian onwards, sauropod communities are composed exclusively of macronarians, mostly titanosaurs. Yeah, pretty neat. The paper is in the journal Cretaceous Research, which unfortunately is paywalled, but Rhacodactylus sent me a copy of this earlier. Here we go. Thank you, Rhacodactylus. Yeah. This is going to be a fairly run-of-the-mill paper. Got a new dinosaur. It's not known from a tremendous amount of material. We've got some nice vertebrae right here, labeled with their different features. They're all abbreviated, which, if you're a sauropod worker, you know what all these mean. I don't necessarily off the top of my head. But, yeah. So I think it's primarily known from vertebrae, right? There we go. So we've got many atapomorphies, many truly unique features. What kind of material do we have, though? What is it? Three cervical vertebrae, one anterior and two posterior. Is this really just known from 3 vertebrae? We're naming a new dinosaur based on 3 vertebrae? Okay. Yeah, I guess so. Wait, no, we've got caudalverts here. And chevrons. Yeah. Mid-caudal, posterior caudal, larches. And we've got a thigh bone right here, a femur. We've got some hip bones. Why didn't they lead with that? That's so cool. Scapula, sternal plate, ischium, femur. There's some good stuff in here. I'd love to dwell on this a little bit further, but shoot, we're about out of time today. Yeah. With that, again, if you're real curious, there's a link right here. You can find out more about it. But welcome to the world. Ciencia Argentina Sanchezi, new genus and species of Rebbachisauride. So the last of the diplodocoid sauropods. Where else? Argentina. Cool stuff. Anyway, we've gone like well over a full half hour, longer than I usually stream here. So I think it's about time to wrap this up. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. Don't go away just yet. We're going to raid into somebody else. Doing some science here on Twitch, if at all possible. We'll run our credits over this lovely Deinonychus skull. Tomorrow is Thursday Birds Day. And we might continue our History of the Earth documentary tomorrow, too. Who else is live on Twitch right now? Racodactylus is on. Let's go right into Reiko. Good stuff. Reiko is a cognitive scientist. He studies why people believe weird things, including why people believe in, like, pseudoscience, conspiracy theories, that kind of thing. Looks like right now he's talking about why science is under attack and what we can do about it. Sounds like an important stream. And with any luck, I'll be streaming with Racodactylus next week. We'll be doing a crossover talking about some of these very same topics, so that'll be neat. Anyway, thank you to everybody being named in our credits currently, from the new followers to the raiders, from the cheerers and the gifters and the subscribers to the moderators. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you all. Thanks for hanging out and talking fossil science with me today. Hope you learned something. I hope you had a good time. I hope you've got a reinvigorated or embiggened appreciation for the history of life on Earth and our part in it. And what we can do to find out more. Anyway, everybody. I'm excited for tomorrow's stream already. I hope to see you there. Take care, everybody. Let's go see what Racodactylus is up to.